Okay. Well, we're live. I'm just gonna say that we are live. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Technical difficulties and all that fun stuff. But we're here. If it breaks any farther, I'll just restart my computer and then set it on fire or something. I may just have to change the port. The USB port is all. It may be botching out there. That's the last one I can do before I just tell them to send me a new one. But we're live with the worst people ever. So yeah, I saw two of you last week. Well, not last week, yesterday, where some things happened.
Also not my fault.
I don't want to talk about it.
No. It was your fault.
It was my fault.
It was totally not my fault. It was all 100% Max, Molly, and Ash.
Okay.
What?
Before we go any further, I'm going to do one more test. Talk. Nope. Okay. So yes, it is the system setting. So I'll just switch it back to music. That way I can control you guys through that.
No one's puppet.
No, you're my puppets.
God damn it.
So, we're getting started a little late here, and I apologize for that. So who wants to give us a rundown on what exactly happened last week? And why you guys have earned the title of worst people in the world?
I feel like Fox should do it.
I feel like
He was the bigger murder hobo.
I feel like I'm being singled out here.
You literally lanced Jimmy.
But that's okay, because this gives me a chance to defend myself. So we
had witnesses. There's nothing to defend.
The witnesses will side with me. I paid them to. So we picked up at the beginning of last session in the, it wasn't really a crypt. It was just like a basement area underneath a barn that a necromancer was doing bad things in. I was dying. There was a shade. We managed to win that fight somehow. The DM may have gone a little easy on us. I don't know, but we pulled it off either way. And we did some investigating around in that area. We found some corpse bits, all like sewn together, Frankenstein's monster style. And we found a heart in a box, which we assumed was his daughter's heart. He was probably going to combine the two and bring her back. And in our searching, among some trinkets that we all respectively found, Jimmy came running down the stairs, and he was yelling and he was kind of panicked, and apparently the old man that he was having tea with upstairs fell apart while he was having tea with him. So he was understandably upset, but we, I guess, decided it would be more fun to make him more upset. And we told him that it was his fault. We convinced him that it was his fault that the guy fell apart.
Literally bored to death.
Yeah, that he literally bored him to death, and that it was now his responsibility to destroy that man's heart so he doesn't come back as a monster. So we gave him a short sword and we sent him back upstairs to do that while we finished looting the downstairs.
Let's point out that was a very rusty, had been found laying in a bush short sword.
Yeah, it like barely qualified as a sword at that point, so he had to do a lot of work. When we made our way back upstairs, he was there. The man was kind of meatloaf at that point, and Jimmy was not in a good headspace about the whole thing. His usual kind of semi-optimistic demeanor was nowhere to be seen. And we're not the nicest people, so we just kind of went on our merry way and left him to wallow a bit. Except for Imp's character, who had a bit of a sit down with him at some point. We were discussing what we should do from here, where we were going to go, if we should still travel together. And while that conversation was going on, unbeknownst to us, and I think still technically unbeknownst to us, Imp's character had convinced Jimmy that my character was a like an evil golem or something that had to be destroyed, just like the old man was. And I don't know what Imp's goal was there, but you know, it's Imp, so
To murder the mage.
need to know. And while I was minding my own business, Jimmy decided to pull the short sword from Valantha's hip, which he had given back to her, and come charging at me. I wasn't even looking at him. My back was turned. He just came running with the sword up in the air. And Valantha, I think the only thing any of us could really do at that time, she shot an arrow at him to try and stop him. But it wasn't as good of a shot as she had hoped for. And it, I think originally we had it piercing his chest, but we kind of retconned that because you were aiming for his hand. But it did cut an artery, so he was like on death's door by the time he reached me. But he still got that slash in and cut me pretty bad. Valentha came over, kind of stopped him, tried to calm him down, tried to help him. I don't think her role for helping him worked out, so she asked me to, her exact words were, fix him. She did not say heal him. She said fix him. So I obliged, and I put an arcane lance through his face, and Jimmy was dead. He was fixed because he was dead.
To be clear, your palm was on his forehead when you did this.
Yeah, there was no way he was gonna make it through that, but it was his own fault. Just putting that out there. And so a big argument ensued after that. Imp's character got kind of tired of the banter and wandered off to the north by himself. And Valantha and, oh God, what's your character's name again, Raven? I'm still learning.
Magnus.
Valantha and Magnus took the supplies and followed probably like 100 or so yards behind Imp's character. And then my character followed like 100 to 200 yards behind them. So we were kind of split at that point. Night fell. They made camp. When they were asleep, I snuck into their camp to steal some of their supplies. I ended up falling asleep. We all had terrible dreams and woke up at the same time. We all had the same dream, it turns out. And while we were, well, arguing again, we heard war horns. And Imp's character identified them as Darkspawn war horns. And while we were all kind of being frightened by that, a large dragon flew overhead. And we're now frightened and panicked. So we continued north to Ostagar, met up with some people that are not paladins, people that were paladin. We met up with some people,
Templars.
military people. And don't put that on me, Raven. And yeah, that's kind of where we ended. We bunked for the we went to the bunks. My character was disgusted by the bunks. She went to go see the captain, and that's where we ended.
You left out the part about your necklace glowing as the blight got closer.
Oh yeah, there was. Okay, so I found a necklace in that necromancer's place, and you know, it had a symbol of one of the old gods that my people worship. So heck yes, I'm putting that on. When the dragon flew overhead, that necklace was shining awfully bright.
Shine bright
Don't
like a
put that
diamond.
evil on you. Oh yes, I am.
Yeah, that was a full-on hashtag blame the blood mage moment right there.
It's like necklace is glowing, light's getting closer.
So
This is your fault.
Rojan gave me some information about that I'm not going to share because I don't know if he wants it shared or not. But
I need to find what information I gave you.
it was, yeah, it was. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Well, I mean, I did a history check, so we figured out like what it was. So we're guessing that's what flew over us. But unless you're talking about that information,
I'm having freaking flashbacks to Lord of the Rings with the ring wraiths screaming every time they see the damn ring, kind of deal.
Yeah,
That's the equivalent to what we just dealt with.
I
Yeah,
resent
that's
you
about
the
right.
information that you sent me, Rojan.
Oh, that's right. That's definitely right. Yeah, don't share that information.
Okay.
That was that's just that was just to
Make me feel like a terrible person.
yes, that is definitely to make you feel like a terrible person, and I hope it worked.
Oh wow,
It's
to Victor, no.
I'm on the fence.
No, it's not because she's Tevinter. It's definitely not because
Okay.
she's Tevinter.
Okay.
Something else entirely. Something else entirely.
Okay.
Video Store Cowboy, thank you for that raid. Raiders, welcome on in. I don't know why, again, the alerts aren't working.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. You're just in time to
we
see...
lost our hearts. We're getting new emotes.
Wait, did we lose the hearts?
Yeah, they're being swapped out.
We
for
did
new
because we're replaced.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm just gonna spam this adorable kitten in chat then, which is our newest emote, by the way. We have a Displacer Beast kitten waving hi that Zoro has taken just to name Sable after her Displacer kitten in our Tuesday game.
I approve.
Thank you.
I approve. This
So-
place are getting for life.
Imp told me what he wanted to do.
Well, at least we know it's not screw Jimmy's brain anymore.
Oh no,
You
Scrooge!
know what?
Jimmy's brain has been thoroughly screwed with and then impaled by a certain person's arcane lance.
It made a nice place to put the sword when he was dead, though.
So what I need to know is, I know Estia is going to talk to the captain. She's gone up to the tower. Valentha had a conversation with Dalen, who was a Dalish elf Templar, which kind of caught her off guard. Magnus, what were you doing when you guys arrived at the fort?
Well, I mean, we were given the tent. It was a tent, right? Small tent.
You were
It was like a tent.
you were given access to the access to a couple of the cots in their makeshift barracks, which is just a large a large tent that an army would normally use.
Okay. Well, after dropping off the very small, meager amount of gear that we ran with, God, I remember there was a conversation, something about not there was something very horrible said about murdering mages, like right at the end of last session.
Oh yeah, Dalen mentioned to Valentha that he hated blood mages.
Oh yeah, no. He said that his clan was doing blood magic and his keeper was doing it, so he killed his keeper because of the blood magic. So by proxy, he hates blood mages, which
Now,
we have
the
in our
best-
party.
The best question is, was I aware of this little conversation?
If you were anywhere near her when she was talking with him, yes.
Then I am going to very casually start looking for Asthea.
All right, you do know Astia made it quite clear that she was going to to the tower to talk to the commander about getting proper accommodations for the night. 'Cause she refused to stay in a commoner's tent.
And I assume Asthea took off before this whole blood magic is bad
before that conversation.
Yep.
So I'm going to hurriedly follow in the direction that she went then.
Okay.
As a oh god, what are you doing?
So you can see Astia walking up the here. I'll bring up a little map for you guys. No, don't tell me they can't go there. Those of you who played in the Tuesday night game may see this as something familiar.
In a lot better shape, though.
Yep. Look, I recycle maps. I'm not ashamed of it.
No, it's a good thing, man.
Especially
I
on
was
Roll20
wait
where
a minute.
especially on Roll20 where I have to pay for them. It's just a lot better to use them, and it's like, oh, we have a fort. So you can see Estia climbing up to the top, climbing up this staircase that is it's just a short rise up, and then she goes to turn towards a half spiral staircase where there are two guards standing on either side of the bottom step. And as she gets closer, they close ranks, blocking her from the steps itself.
They block her. I'm going to let out a small sigh of relief.
One of them raises their hand to you, Astia, and is like, I am sorry, miss. You can not go up here. This is for personnel only.
But your captain is up there, isn't he?
Our captain is personnel.
I'm up here. I'm over here to see your captain, so let me through.
I am afraid that is impossible.
Then bring your captain out here.
Is there something wrong?
I don't have time for your questions.
Well, you're going to have to make time, ma'am.
She kind of takes a step or two back, looking up at the tower. Is there any windows or anything on this side of it?
Yeah, these little slits right here, you can see are like small windows that somebody may be able to squeeze through.
Okay. Hopefully my throwing arm is good. I'm going to take out a gold piece and just try and throw it through the window to get the attention of anyone inside.
Okay. Let me see here. What can we use for that?
I feel like it would probably, since I don't have any focuses that would match it, it would probably just be a dexterity thing.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and do dexterity.
Which is unfortunate because I have no dexterity, but I'll do it anyway.
13, you just easily throw you throw the coin through the open slit of the window, and you hear a little ting as it hits the stone windowsill.
And I stand there with my arms crossed, looking up at the window with a very agitated expression on my face, waiting to see if anyone notices and peeks through the window.
A moment passes, and then you see the shutters of the window fully open, and a younger looking human female looks through the window. She's like, okay, who's throwing coin up here? This isn't a wishing well.
That would be me. I need to speak to your captain.
And you thought you'd throw money at him?
Your lackeys wouldn't get out of my way.
What lackeys?
These two.
My dear, those are guards. Where
They're
have you
not
been?
dressed for it, are they?
They're in art. Why do you want to see the captain? He's a very busy man.
I need to discuss the accommodations in this place.
Accommodations?
I don't have all day.
I see. Well, let me tell him, and maybe he'll grace you with his presence. And she shuts the windows. She shuts like the window where you threw the coin. She walks over and she shuts the other one to prevent any other coins from flying in. And like about 5 minutes pass and nothing happens. As you're standing there staring at the stonework, you hear like one of the guards begin to snicker underneath his helmet as Magnus approaches you.
Are you looking to get yourself killed?
No, clearly I'm looking for the captain.
Yet again, no, that is not a good idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in that filth over there. I need proper accommodations.
If they find out what your pastime is, your accommodations could be a shallow grave.
And what exactly do you mean by pastime?
Your blood magic.
How loud do you say that, by the way?
As the absolute dead whispers I can.
Okay. All right. So you pretty much
He's
like
stage whispering.
you like lean in and like you just like cover like the side of your mouth and whisper it to her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what I do in my time is none of their business.
I think when we stepped through the front gates, it became their business.
Well, what do you expect me to do, dwarf? I think it's important to note at this time that everyone has introduced themselves to each other except for me, because I wasn't in the camp.
Yeah. Bitch got kicked out.
Yeah.
Well, just be tactful.
How do you expect me to be tactful when I've been standing out here for 5 minutes waiting for a captain who clearly is not coming down?
Now the question is, does the guards hear this or did the captain hear it?
She was not quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say specifically?
She just said, how am I supposed to be tactful when I've been standing out here for 5 minutes waiting for a captain who is clearly not coming down?
And the guards like just begin laughing. I am sorry, but you are the prissiest mage we have ever seen, and we used to work in a circle. You
We know Vivian.
for a fancy pants spell slinger, you have a rather high opinion of yourself.
A highborn should have a high opinion of themselves.
There is no such thing as a highborn abomination.
Maybe not in this disgusting place you call home, but back in the Tevinter Imperium, we have class.
I'm just going to casually
And-
start strolling down the stairs now.
You say to Vinter, and you see both of their hands just instinctively go for the hilts of their swords.
I'm gonna go find the
Oh,
long
put it
wooden
away,
box.
boys.
What is a bloody Tevinter mage doing in our home?
Merely passing through these ramshackle tents you call a home.
and you see they pull the swords out, and they've got the shields up and angled in the like a traditional Templar way, and they begin to approach you.
Oh, please.
Hands
I
in
was
the
here.
air, on your knees.
If I was here to hurt you or do anything to you, you would already be dead. I am
Hands
just
in
passing
the
through.
air, on your knees.
I don't have time for this. Just starts to just walk away.
Okay. Will a 14 strike your armor?
14 will.
All right, so Magnus, as you're walking away, you hear one of them just yell out blood magic. And then there's a thump as Estia just catches the hilt of a sword like on the back of the skull, knocking her to the ground. And like the two guards like stand over her. One of them now has the blade like the point of her sword pointed at her, as the other one begins to like try to secure her arms behind her back.
I just keep walking. As I'm walking, well, maybe the box only needs to be a head shorter.
Do I hear this ruckus or know what's going on at this point?
Hear the guard's voice just carry across the courtyard when he yelled blood magic.
I'm just leaning against a post, just chewing on some peanuts, just watching.
And you just see Magnus walking back towards you. It's like, oh.
I offer some peanuts while I'm still chewing.
Estia, you're like lifted up, and one of them stuffs like a clean-ish rag in your mouth to prevent you from talking, as like they begin to like carry you back towards the steps. Like, well, you wanted to talk to the cat, and now you'll get your audience.
Not my problem.
Peanut?
Sure. Well, apparently the Tevinter Imperium does not know the meaning of tact.
And as the two of you are talking, you can hear Orzus in the tent just snoring like a chainsaw.
Too bad he's missing this. He would have loved this. Too bad it's not his birthday.
And I think we'll go ahead and take our first break early tonight. That way we can get something to drink and everything, and I can make sure everything else is going to work for the remainder of the night. But when we come back, we'll find out exactly what awaits Estia when she has a conversation with the good old captain of this of these former Templars, as she just like, oh, by the way, I'm a Tevinter mage. Like, you know, that's not going to cause a ruckus.
I'm like, low key.
Blood mage right here. But stick with us, guys. We will be right back.
Oh, Fox, start thinking of your backup character.
I mean, I didn't want to do that, but it's something that she would have done.
I'm just like, be tactful. This is not how the Tevinter deal with things.
Well, there's two different kinds of Tevinter. There's the calm, cool, collected, like, sure, whatever.
don't want to.
Okay, we are
That's
back.
good. Oh,
Hopefully,
hi.
I
hopefully
hope everyone
everybody.
retrieved their drinks to watch the murder of Fox.
I hope everybody can still hear us. I realize that having the sound settings that I do right now, I can't mute Zoom just on the mixer. I have to change the sound settings back to the ones where you guys aren't able to be heard, and do it that way. Oh, but yeah. So Fox, or I should say Estia, you're drug up the steps in a rather uncomfortable way. They're not really like waiting for you to like find your feet. They're just dragging you up, so you're stumbling, and at one point you trip and they just begin to drag you along the stone steps, and they bring you into the large circular room of the tower, and they throw you down into a chair and tie you up. And one of the guards that was downstairs sits like, well, not sits, but stands next to you, his sword like already in his hand, just awaiting, just like waiting for you to give him a reason to run you through. And while this is going on, the other guard comes over to both Magnus and Valantha, and he looks at the both of you and he's like, sorry to tell you folks this, but you're gonna have to come with me. Seems you were traveling with a Tevinter. This is purely for, you know, security reasons. The commander's gonna want to have some questions for you.
Would it help if I mentioned that the Tevinter mage basically followed us here?
Well, you're gonna have to tell that to the commander.
I mean, I'll go willingly, but yeah, I was about to say the same
Okay.
thing. Just because she came here with us doesn't mean she's with us.
Don't get me wrong. I fully understand it. This is, you know, just, you know, official paperwork and everything. We got to we got to keep things on the up and up here. So she came in with you. We got to make sure that, you know, you're not Tevinter spies. And he looks at the two of you and like he chuckles as he says that. He's like,
I was like pointing at my face tattoos, like,
yeah,
really?
He's like, I wouldn't worry. It's, you know, again, it's just a formality. You're not in any sort of trouble.
I'm looking up doing this. Does Tevinter have dwarves now?
No, they don't. No.
Look, I've never been there, but I've never met a Tevinter dwarf or a Tevinter Dalish. I mean, that would be a first.
There's technically, you do see dwarves in Tevinter, but they're extremely rare, and they're mostly there just to visit.
Business. But he, like, this guy is like, just like full on Ferelden human. He's never set foot in Tevinter. So he's like, yeah, just come with me. You'll be out by probably about supper time.
Oh, you shemming your rules, but all right.
And he just leads you back up. He doesn't really, he's not really forceful with you or anything. His blade's not even drawn. And when he leads you back to the temple, he's just walking in a very casual manner. And then once he leads you up to the door, he opens it and he walks back down. And when you step in, you can see that the older looking gentleman who was identified as the commander when you came in is seated at a desk and across, or a table, and across from him is a younger looking human woman, but she's dressed in leather armor. She's got long red hair, and strapped over her shoulder is a wooden bow. And he gives both of you a respectful nod when you come in, and as the door shuts, the guard stationed in there just steps into the doorway, making sure, you know, nobody has the inkling to run at any moment. Now, before we get started, and he walks around to in front of Estia, neither of you two are under any suspicion. The guard may have stated that this is purely customary, I just want to
All
know.
right.
Then he looks over to SD and back to you. If this is a friend of yours, and why she was traveling with you, and if you knew she was to Vinter.
Oh, that's. I mean, do you see how flashy she is? Of course, we knew she was Tevinter.
And rather proud of it, I am told. She just out and out said she was from Tevinter. I don't know if that's pride or stupidity.
Both.
Yes. But she followed us. Long story short, we were part of the same. We were all captives by some bandits. We all escaped.
Who were going to sell us to a necromancer.
So she just happened to be part of it, and she's been following us like a little dog ever since.
There wasn't a filthy rag in my mouth.
Oh yeah, like you could see it like sticking out a bit of her mouth, and you just get like you get like a very like foul smell coming from it, almost like rotten meat. So
Yes, she's been following us.
we
We were actually supposed to part ways once we got here, actually.
Has this upstanding citizen of Tevinter ever performed any blood magic in front of you?
I mean, is the sky blue?
I mean, that's why I'm asking. Yes, the sky is blue, but, you know...
Performed is a strong word. Attempted, maybe.
So
She's not very good at it, if it helps.
Attempted, but with no success.
Very rarely.
50-50.
You're a bit kind. I would say more like 80-20, but the 20's the success.
So still with a bit of success.
If you call it that.
And he smiles and he looks over to SD and he gets down like on his knee, like he hunches down a bit and he like taps you in the forehead a couple times. So we have a budding blood mage abomination in our presence.
Now, don't take this the wrong way, because by no means am I ever defending her, but aren't technically all mages apostates right now? I mean, the circles in some areas are slowly rebuilding, but...
As he nods and he stands up once again, he's like, if she were a normal mage, we may look at her odd. We may adjudge her for possibly consorting with demons. No, we have issues with the blood magic. Apostates, I am no longer under the service of the chantry. I can care less if a mage is an apostate, but a blood mage is something I will not tolerate. So
Very good of you.
Can I attempt, as much as I really don't want to taste this rag more, can I attempt to use my tongue to push it out of my mouth?
Yeah, you know what? You can attempt that. You can go ahead and
After they go to the bathroom,
I want to say that would be a willpower roll.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? We'll make it a willpower roll because it's going to be like against if you're going to start gagging on the rag or not.
Yeah, when they go to the bathroom, they use that rag to wash their hands.
It's not making it better.
All right, so your tongue presses against like the dirty fabric of this rag, and you just get like a very foul taste running over the buds of your tongue. But after agonizing seconds, you're able to push it out of your mouth, and it falls down into your lap.
So, since I got doubles on that, and there's a 5 on the dragon die, can I use some of the role-playing stunts here?
I believe you could. Where are the role-playing stunts again?
They are on the very last page of the player's guide from set 2.
Set 2 player's guide, very last page, you say?
It's a quick reference sheet at the very end of the book.
All right, let me see here. Let me go all the way down. Role-playing stunts. Actually, yes, because this is something that the role-playing would fall into effect. So yeah, you can go ahead and use the role-playing stunts.
I
Okay.
didn't know we had that.
Yep.
So since I have a 5 on the dragon die, in case I need it at any point in this conversation, I'm going to use Tower of Will, which will give me a +1 to any opposed tests that need to be made.
Okay, so Tower of Will, your success gives you a sense of your own brilliance and strength of character. For the rest of the current role-playing exchange, you gain +1 bonus to any opposed tests where an opponent tries to put you at an emotional disadvantage, such as by intimidating you, impressing you, bargaining with you, and so on. Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to push the disgusting rag out of my mouth. Try to power through the foul taste on my tongue and just kind of look up at the captain and then kind of glance over at the other 2 in the room here. Say, don't mistake their ignorance for a confession.
All right, and as soon as you talk, you hear steel being drawn from next to you, and the woman that was sitting at the table quickly stands up, kicking the stool that she was sitting on out from under her as it goes tumbling down the stairs, as she just gracefully unslings her bow, nocks an arrow, and points it at you.
Flair for the dramatic. I don't need to be able to speak to use my magic. If I wanted to use it, I would have done so. I just wish to converse. And as I said, don't take their ignorance for confession. They're not familiar enough with blood magic to know it when they see it.
I'm going to lean into the captain and be like, remember, you have a 20% chance that it will actually work.
It's like everybody's just trying to get Fox killed.
I can really feel the love in this group.
Can you?
You started it?
I'm just trying to find the skill listing for a moment here. Give me a second, guys.
This is
I
what
don't
you
want to
get
be
for
mean to
asking-
Fox.
This is what you get for wanting better accommodations.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right?
This is all you wanted was a nicer bed, and look at the
Right?
shitstorm you're in.
Was that so much of an ask?
Apparently.
If anyone can help me as well, I'm looking for the abilities list to see what I can have you guys roll here.
For what?
Oh, here it goes. I found it. Ability focuses. I'm good. Okay. So, for what you said, Fox, you can give me a communications roll. If you have persuasion, you can use that.
Don't. That's on my list for next level.
All right, so that is an 11.
Not terrible. And if it's an opposed, do I get? Oh no, it wouldn't matter.
You get a +1. You get a
12
+1
versus a 15.
Okay, and he has stunts, but he's only got 2 points. So I'm not going to use the role-playing stunt points for this. But he turns and he looks at you. Ignorance or not, the threat of blood magic is still something that I take very seriously under my command.
As you should. Blood magic is very powerful and can be very dangerous. But please, just give me a moment here.
As he reaches up and he looks at the rag. Or he reaches down, picks up the rag, and he looks at it and he throws it behind him. It's like, I never execute someone without them being able to defend themselves. But no, mage, you are on very loose ground. If we get the hint you are even thinking of casting a spell, we will run you through.
Well, in the spirit of transparency, then, I should let you know that I do have a spell active at the moment. It's simply an armor spell. It helps defend me against attacks. Now, if you'll let me speak, there is one telltale sign of blood magic, and it's not surprising those two acquaintances of mine don't recognize it. It's a very obvious red aura, I suppose you could say, that a blood mage has when they're using blood magic. These acquaintances would recall all the times I've used magic around them. Have you ever seen that red aura around me? I think not.
And
I'm sorry, I fell asleep. What?
He looks over at the two of you. He's like, "Is this true? Have you witnessed any red aura around her?"
I don't really pay attention to her.
Yeah, that would involve paying attention. I'm not sure if I ever caught it or not.
You'd think if I was using blood magic, they would pay attention.
I just don't care enough.
He
Got the blood
stands up
magic, just you-
and he leans against another table with his arms crossed. Like, you do make a point, but mages are not stupid. And specifically, blood mages would not just make it stand out that they are a blood mage and cast it around people who are still alive. So while they may have not witnessed this red aura, there still is no proof to me that you are not a blood mage.
Well, clearly the three of us here are not friends by any stretch of the imagination. Why would I not just kill them long before arriving here? A blood mage could do that easily.
Yes, but you were in the wilds, and you don't really look like one meant to survive on their own in hostile situations. You look a little frail, like most mages.
That's true.
Not to interject, but I mean, speaking of the wilds, there is a blight that is
Yes,
sort
yes.
of rolling this way.
We witnessed the dragons. We have sent ravens to the capital to inform the king.
And not to say that what you're suggesting is the punishment is wrong, but wouldn't it be kind of pointless, regardless of someone's magical abilities, to kill them when they could be used to help, fight off the blight?
As he shakes his head, I understand where you are coming from, but anyone who trusts a blood mage is a damned fool.
I never said anything about trusting.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I
No,
wouldn't
certainly
even
don't trust that.
think twice of using her as a weapon. So,
I mean, you could.
Well,
I wouldn't necessarily execute her either.
Oh.
better.
We could always have her made tranquil.
Oh, there you go.
No.
Then she won't be a
Better-
danger to herself.
You know,
better no matter what, that she's
she
on our
has a
side.
name, and she is sitting right here. It's very rude of the lot of you.
We never
We
were
didn't ask
properly
it.
introduced.
Well, if you're not going to execute me for simply saying where I'm from, then you can use my name when you address me. It's Aesthea Varus, of Magistrate Varus of the Tevinter Imperium.
And the shorter version of that would be
Just call me Varus.
I'm sorry, I fell asleep again. What?
So, Lady Varys. I guess the only thing that we can do in order to ensure the safety of my men and I is to test you. We have ways of finding out if you are a blood mage.
Is this how you treat all visitors to your land? Just out of curiosity.
Only the ones who are abominations.
If I had broken any of your laws, do you really think I would have introduced myself the way that I did?
Yes, Tevinters are normally very full of themselves.
Ah. Yes.
Our pride is well placed.
And your downfall. He looks over to the guard standing next to you. He's like, take Miss Varys down into a cell for the night. Make sure the wards are up enough. We will perform the test tomorrow at dawn.
got the other accommodation she wanted.
Oh, look
Not
at that. You
like
got a
the
bit of
ones
space
you-
all to yourself. You got a bed. Look at you. Moving on up in the camp.
I don't think they implied there was a bed.
Oh, at least she's by herself.
As she's being led down the stairs by the guards, like the commander looks at you and says, "Oh no, there is a bed. We are not without our own accommodations. I mean, it's a cot that's been used multiple times by prisoners and criminals, but a bed is a bed."
Look at you.
That expression says everything I need.
Well, have fun. I'm
And-
gonna go sleep up here.
and Astia, you're led down the staircase inside the tower to a small square room, and in the center of this room is a cage with a very well worn and rickety cot with like a single brown blanket, and then there's a bucket next to it. And you're tossed into the cage, and it's shut and locked behind you. And then you begin to hear something pour onto the ground as these runes begin to glow and then encircle the cage itself. And you almost feel like everything, like any connection to the magical essence that you have, just suppressed down inside your body.
Which guard brought me down here?
The one that was standing next to you. This gentleman right here.
And is there anything on him that kind of identifies him and separates him from the others? Like, does he have a helmet on that's covering his face? Can I see his face?
You could see his face, yes. He's a human male, about middle age. He's got a very prominent burn scar over his right eye, and it seems to like curve back around his head to where it looks like he may have taken an acid blast or something to the face, and like that part of the skin is like completely pink and scarred over. The hair in the path of the scar is missing, but the hair that is still remaining is a very like dark black hair.
I'd be able to easily pick him out of a lineup then.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Unless everybody has a very prominent scar on their face, yeah, he's somebody who isn't hard to pick out of a crowd.
Gotcha.
As he walks to a wooden door and he just calls back, "Sleep tight," and just shuts the door, and you hear it lock behind you.
Is it
Don't let the rats bite.
completely dark down here, or are there some torches or sconces
Aside
on the
from
wall?
aside from the runes on the floor that are giving off this soft blue light, it's completely black.
Oh joy. I'm gonna flip the cot over. Is the other side just as gross as the
Oh
top?
yeah. It looks like it hasn't been cleaned since it was put down here.
I am not touching that bucket. I'm just gonna find the cleanest corner and sit down.
Okay. And you sit down over like on the opposite side of the cage where the stones aren't completely like molded over. And as you're sitting there and you're looking around, you begin to like feel as if eyes are on you at the moment.
Does it feel like an actual physical person watching me, or does it feel more like a magical observance?
It's just like when you're alone with yourself and it feels like somebody somewhere is watching you. There isn't like somebody, it isn't like there's anybody physically in the room or a magical sense. It's just that soft edge of paranoia that sets in.
Okay. I think to try and keep my paranoia from getting out of hand, I'm just gonna sit in that corner and spend my time sitting in that corner with like my knees up to my chest and my hands over the amulet that I found, which is under my shirt, but my hands are over it. My eyes are closed, and I'm just kind of I'm thinking happy thoughts. Trying to anyway.
Okay. So while she is downstairs in her new hotel accommodations, Magnus and Valenta, what are you doing? As the guard that was standing at the door is now back down in his normal spot.
I already had the conversation with the guy.
Have we been let go from the Inquisition?
Yes, you've been
Okay.
let go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Fox like right there for the time being.
Hotel room.
I'm going to go meditate.
Okay.
I'm gonna find like a nice quiet place where I can't really be disturbed, or there's like less foot traffic if possible.
Is there a general training area that they have sort of set up?
The training area usually just takes place around here.
Okay.
Like there's a small like training not really pit but ring where a couple of the guards by like a group by group basis go in and they just go through drills, and the next ones they leave and then the next ones come in.
Well, I am going to go find a nice flat rock of some breed and park my little dwarfish butt and sharpen my axe.
Okay.
Now, I assume that's also the front gate that we came in there.
Yes, this right here is the front gate.
Okay. Preferably somewhere where I can get a good look out that gate.
Well, you got like a straight shot from where you're at right now.
I'm just feeling a little paranoid after, the war horns and the running and the chasing. And
Oh yeah. The front gate is closed, and you can see that up on the battlements they have like doubled the watchmen to keep an eye out for any encroaching darkspawn attacks. But as you're meditating, you feel something sort of pulsing at your hip.
I'm gonna look down and
As
reach to see what it is.
as the small stone that you carry with you is beginning to pulse and vibrate.
I'm gonna look around to see if anyone's watching or walking by.
They are, but they're not really paying attention to you.
Okay. I know I haven't moved my icon, but I'm like in a corner somewhere.
Okay.
I just don't know where's a quiet corner, so I'm just pretending I'm somewhere in a corner.
If that's the case, you probably drop into the barracks here and just like tuck yourself into the corner, like in the corner cots or something.
Okay. And I'm gonna kind of turn around so I'm facing the corner, and I'm gonna pull out the stone. And I'm gonna be like, yes.
That mage must leave. You must get her out of the predicament that she is in. She is a vital key to ending this.
You mean you want me to free her? Why?
Yes. She is the reason the new blight has started. But she is also a means to stopping it.
But she is no Grey Warden. How can she stop it?
You will need her to get into into her lands.
She'll never come with me. We don't get along.
Do not worry. She will be persuaded. Fen Haral will make sure of it. But before that happens, he asks that you get her out of the fort. And soon, by the way.
If it is his will, then it shall be done. I will do this. Thank you.
Keep yourself safe.
You too. Dalan. And I'm going to put it away.
Shadowfox like, oh no. And as you put it away, you can just hear Orzus like roll over and interrupting in his snoring. You just hear him just say, damn blood magic, and he just goes back to sleep.
Shut up, Fox. You don't know me. You don't know what's going on.
Damn it, you would.
With a very, very heavy sigh, I am going to go and find Magnus.
And it's not really hard. You walk out of the tent. You can see the dwarf plopped up on a large stone as he's sharpening his axe. And every now and then he looks up at the front gate, or towards the front gate, for a couple seconds, and you see that he scans the battlements to see how many guards are up there and if the door is shut, and then he goes back to his axe.
Magnus,
Yeah.
do you have a moment?
Considering the front gate's locked, I have many moments. What do you need?
Are you trying to escape?
No, I'm making sure nothing else gets in.
That's probably a good idea after the last couple days we had.
An event that was kind of welcoming after that little event.
Yeah, that's more darkspawn than I ever want to see in one place.
Why do I
Well,
get the feeling this is whatever you're going to ask is going to involve more darkspawn?
gods, I hope not, but
That look on your face says otherwise.
it's more of something I don't want to do, but I know we don't really know each other, so it's weird for me to ask you to trust me on this, but so eventually, I don't know about you, but I plan on going westward and attempting to find the Grey Wardens. And even though they said that we're all recruited, doesn't mean that you don't have to run off after we leave this fort, and I don't blame you if you do. But it pains me to say this, but the Blood Mage needs to come with us.
Needs.
We'll have to play nice.
When you say need, are you insane?
Uh,
They want to kill her
I know.
or weaponize her, one of the two.
Well, if she passed her test, whatever they're doing, then she's free anyway. And if she's free, we can maybe convince the gods to keep her in our care. Because when you think about it, if we need to go westward to where presumably the Grey Wardens are, we have to go through her country. And you may be okay. I'm particularly not, but at the same time, there's really no safe way around it. I mean, you can go around to Vinta, but it's just as bad as if you're just walking through it. So we may need her as a guide or just as our way in to get through to Vinta.
I feel we skipped over the important question. Why?
I just
Yeah,
she's
why?
off ticket apparently. Don't force this on me.
Can I do a persuasion on this?
You can. This will be a communication contest between the two of you. If you have persuasion,
Fuck.
you can roll that.
Lovely.
Oh, and he got a stunt point on it as well.
Fucking A.
But you can roll it as well, Zorro. Communication.
There's nothing.
So we have, what is it, 10, 11, 13, 14, and then 9, 11, 13. So
Damn.
you've got, so Magnus,
That plus one.
your persuasion is going to succeed. You also have 1 point, and the only one that you can use is the bon mot.
Yeah, to no real avail.
Yeah, to no real avail. So
It's not like I'm having an argument here. This is literally a eyebrow raised. Why? I mean, we took all the time to get here safely. And now you want us to free the Blood Mage
Yes.
and run through, take a merry jaunt through to Vinter.
Yes.
Why?
This may sound crazy, and I don't really have the proof or anything yet, other than, I mean, you witnessed her amulet, but she may have been the cause of the blight. I don't know how, but she may also be the solution. I don't have details. It's something that I'm going to work on, but
I'm assuming we're not going to have to sacrifice her to stop the blight.
I don't think so. I mean, the only thing I've ever heard of is a Grey Warden's the only one that can defeat it. But if there's another way, then
Well,
honestly don't know if a
mean-
sacrifice is involved.
I kind of look at the sword that's still slung over my back. Yeah, we do have a sword that I really feel we should return to them. Maybe learn why they have a dwarven made sword without any real etchings of the Grey Wardens on it.
Do you think there's someone in the fort that could, I don't know if they're a historian or they just know more culture or something to maybe help figure out where this came from? Because there's a lot of suspicious things in that bloody place that we were at where everything was found.
Yeah.
It doesn't
That's
make
a good
sense.
question. Well, let me see if I can go make a inquiry as to if they have anyone who might be knowledgeable, or even better yet, maybe someone who's not here that we could talk to.
Well, it's a long journey ahead of us, so if not here, then I'm sure
Elsewhere.
there'll be plenty of other places, right?
Now,
I suppose I could.
Let me see what I can find out, and you figure out how we are going to get Asthea out of the dark little pit she has gotten herself into,
Yeah, that's
preferably in
another
one
thing.
piece.
She's gonna have
Because-
to learn to shut her trap if we're gonna go on this long journey together. And I'm not talking about just like in general, which I would love, but just public.
To be
Just-
fair, the quietest she's been was when they stuffed the rag in her mouth. So I leave
That's
that to you.
Could just carry the rag with me, maybe. No, that won't work. Oh, well. All right, I'll figure out something. You go do your thing, I'll do my thing, and we'll figure it out.
Well, in that case, am going to hop down off the little rock I've been perched on and go find somebody who looks like they have two clues to rub together.
Two clues to rub together.
Yeah. AK
Um,
has at least some knowledge of what's going on around here and isn't hired muscle.
All right, so like the only people that you see around at the moment are just the guardsmen. They're all former, like all of them are in their plate mail. All of them former Templars.
Okay, and is there any indication of rank amongst them?
Not really.
Okay, let's find
seems
the
like
one that
they all have like pretty much have been haphazardly just thrown together, and it's
Oh.
more of a brotherhood and they answer to the commander than a strong military unit.
Well, let's find the most old grizzled one we can then.
All right, and as like you're scanning around, it appears to you that what's his face, Dalen, the Dalish Templar that Zorro, or that Valantha, it's almost at Vastia, I'm combining you two, was talking to earlier, seems to carry himself more with an official air than most of the other former Templars in the fort.
Could be an elvish thing. Could be just him. Well, let's track him down then.
The reason I say that is he is also walking around is when you see him.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to kind of catch up to him and keep pace for a moment. So, I have an inquiry for you, since you seem to have a little more knowledge of what goes on around here.
And what inquiry would that be, dwarf?
Well, we came across something that intrigues and confuses me at the same time.
Would that be the Blood Mage?
No, that's just confusing. Um,
You do know you were traveling with the Blood Mage, right? The Kunari and I had a rather interesting talk.
blood mages. I have no reason to hate them. I have no reason to trust them. She didn't try to kill me, if that's anything.
Well, I guess you can consider yourself lucky. But I am on my way to inform the commander that I have confirmation she is a Blood Mage. And I suspect she will be executed in the morning.
Well, before you hurry off, I mean, she's not going to go anywhere. And I kind of heft the sword off my back, which I've been carrying around. Does this look what is wrong with this? And I held the sword up to him. What is wrong with this?
Then he takes the sword from you and he pulls the blade out of its sheath, and he begins to like test its balance, and he gives it a couple swings, and he inspects the blade and goes over it, and then he sees the dwarven runes across it. Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd say this was a warden's blade.
Very astute. Why was it out here in the middle of the Canary Wilds, buried in a necromancer's hidey hole?
So he takes and he sheaths the blade once again, and he hands it back to you. That is rather confusing, as there have been no wardens around for no wardens in these parts for a while, since the last blight.
And
This
the better
blade
question
this
is,
blade looks like it's never seen combat.
and the better question is, why is it a warden's blade without any warden's markings on it?
That does propose a serious question.
Now, you wouldn't happen to know anyone who could answer these questions? Possibly a historian or a Grey Warden.
Well, warden wise, the only one that I may think of who would be the closest would quite possibly be King Ostagar. He was at one time a Grey Warden, but everyone, like most of the other ones, went into hiding after their embarrassments after being corrupted by Corypheus. This all doesn't sit well with me, dwarf. You are in possession of an unchristened warden's blade. Out of nowhere, we have another blight on us that is far, far too early and beyond schedule. The wardens have not been seen for some time, and now you're here with the blood mage. If I didn't know any better, I would say this is the start of one of those quite awful books that dwarf writes.
Which dwarf?
I think Varys. I don't remember the name. I know a couple of the men here have read his books. I can't stand the trivialness of it.
Well, might I suggest possibly, just due to circumstance, not killing the mage immediately. There might be more to this than
Well,
I know.
I-
It's a bad idea.
if it were up to me, with what you have just shown me, I would have to agree with you.
Well, then
Maybe
why
I can
don't-
convince the old man the same, but
Why don't I come with you and we can present this to him and let him make a proper judgment of it?
I would have to agree. Yes. Just don't speak of any of this to the rest of the men here.
Speak of what?
They're good men, but some of them are rather dumb, to be blunt.
I look around. You don't say.
They mean well, but
As long as they know how to hold a sword.
humans are humans. Is he begins to, like, you and him begin to once again head towards the commander's tower. And Valenta, you see the two of them conversing and Magnus showing him the sword, and then a look of concern and confusion washing over Dalen's face as he hands the sword back to Magnus and they begin walking towards the tower together.
All without a persuasion roll.
Well done, sir. All right, as I see him doing all this, I'm just like, all right, he's got him under control. And I'm gonna start making my way towards the captain.
Oh, okay. So you're heading towards the tower again as well.
Yes.
It's like, wait.
I mean, I was
wait for
planning on
me.
going there in the first place.
And the two guards at the staircase separate, allowing both Magnus and Dalen to go through. And Valenta like quickly like squeezes by the guards as well. They don't really say much because they look back and they just assume that you're with them.
Nice of you to join us.
Oh, fancy meeting you here.
All right, I'm gonna put her off to the side here. She's not currently in the tower. And you go back up. You walk back up to the first floor of the tower itself, and the commander gives you a strange look, like, Dalen, these two haven't done anything, have they? It's like, no, Commander. It seems that quite the conundrum has arose while these fine people were in the wilds.
Take the sword off my back and place it squarely on his desk.
What's this?
You tell me.
It's a sword.
Look closely.
And looks at it and he flips it over. It's a sword with weird markings.
Dalen, tell him what you told me.
Is he nods and he walks over, and again he draws the blade and he sets it down in front of the commander with the runes pointing up towards him. He's like, these runes are dwarvish. It said death to the blight, right? Or to end the blight or something like that.
Yes.
It's bad when I can't even remember what the runes say. It's like, this sword was made for a warden, but as you can see, there are no markings that it would belong to one. This blade, the blade itself is a virgin blade. There are no signs of combat anywhere on it. Now,
And my people don't make weapons to be put on display.
indeed. And he said he found it in the basement of a necromancer.
Who, might I add, is now dead.
He's like,
Thoroughly.
he's
dead.
like, oh yes, I paid Valantha some coin because of that. And he turns back to the captain. He's like, all of this, the turning up of a blood mage the dragon or the archdemon that we saw, the coming of a next blight, a virgin warden's blade being found in the wilds. None of this makes sense.
No, it doesn't. We're just as puzzled as you are.
I do not know what to make of this, Commander, but maybe we should forego the execution of the Tevinter until we know what exactly we are dealing with. The commander,
Might be a good idea.
the commander like raises an eyebrow and leans back in his chair. If it came from anyone else but Dalen here, I would call them crazy. Do either of you have a suggestion of what we do?
My thought is that being that the blade was made for a warden, we should track down a remaining warden if possible to find out why.
The only location that we know of a remaining warden would be the king.
Well, then
I mean, it's in the opposite direction of where we're trying to go, but we could potentially make a stop over there if you will grant us an audience.
if you could
I-
arrange that.
As he smiles and he stands up, he's like, I don't know how important you think my title is, but I have no sway with the royal court.
I'm sure
The
if-
Templars, much like the wardens, have fallen out of grace.
Mm.
I'm sure, though, you could put in a word in a letter that would allow us to get an attempt at an audience. I mean, I'm sure His Majesty would be very interested in why this blade exists, especially
But at the same
going on.
But at the same time, Magnus, that's what I think about it. I mean, he's been king for like, what, 12 years now? He might not even know what's going on with the Grey Wardens anymore. He may have been one, but I don't know if he's up to date with
What of
current Grey Warden events.
what of the craftsmen? I'm just making assumptions here, and I'm sorry if it offends you, but would you happen to know the craftsman that made this blade, Magnus?
No.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't. I have been. I cannot remember the name. Capital, Dwarven Capital. I haven't been home since I was quite young.
Orzammar is what you're looking for.
Orzammar, thank you.
So we have. This is definitely a riddle.
But if that blade was made before the end of the last blight, which I would assume the reason that's when it was made, the craftsman could, for all I know, be dead.
Indeed.
I mean,
And-
this blade could have been down there for 12 years. It could have been down there for who says this blade was crafted during the last blight and not one before that.
I mean, the only place that's close, unless we can gather more information, but the only place I can think of, the last place where the wardens were over here that had an actual sanctioned fort would be Amaranthine. But who knows if they're even still there or what, but they're there right after the blight. Maybe that's where the sword was made?
The more we converse, the more possibilities seem to arise. Maybe the king would know. Maybe the craftsman is in Orzammar. Maybe it was made in the last location the wardens were known at. But it does beg the question, what's it doing down here?
No, what was it doing in the hidey hole of a necromancer?
Even
Is
that.
In the Kokari wilds of all places. I mean, that's I know that's where the last blight started, but it doesn't make sense, especially when it hasn't seen blood.
I cannot spare any men to search out these clues,
Well,
but
we can take our... Myself and Valentha are willing to go. But I fear just the two of us might not be quite as safe with just us.
We may need the other two
in
remaining people.
Dalen looks back, he's like, well, Orzus seems like a very stout man, and he seems to, and from what he told me and from the conversation, he enjoys combat. I mean, if you can promise him that, I don't think he would have a problem traveling with you.
As far as I can tell, there's two things he likes: killing things and eating.
Well,
And food. He's very fond of food.
allow him to kill things and feed them. I mean, that's kind of what most people do with the Malbari. Just treat him like a dog.
Well, I mean, there are lots of very fine cheeses up in Denerim. Maybe he'll enjoy that.
I think Ursus has said as many words as your average hound.
But, and the commander looks down at the stairs. So what are you suggesting we do with our guest?
We take her with us. It'll put her out of... She will no longer be your problem. And if she dies along the way, it's of no loss to you.
Or us.
Okay, I'm gonna need a persuasion roll on this one.
Dice, please.
Come on, dice. Dice.
15. Yeah, that's gonna beat you. It's like he shakes his head. He's like, I cannot, under good conscience, let a potential blood mage just run free. I may not be a Templar anymore, but old habits die young. Now, if she passes the test tomorrow, then she's free to go with you. But if we do confirm that she has some sort of taint in her, she will be executed on the spot.
Well, I mean, she is Tevinter. It's not like you need to know blood magic to be tainted, but that's besides the point.
We don't as much as I would like to, we don't execute people solely because they're from Tevinter.
Right. Well, say she passes her test, and I suppose she can come along with us, keep an eye on her, get her out of your hair. Though I am concerned because, as you mentioned before, the more time we spend here just talking about it, the worse the blight is probably getting out there, and we should think about get going here pretty soon.
Yes.
Before we have to carve a path out the front gate to leave.
I mean, there's something more important than a blood mage at the moment, to be completely honest.
Sadly, you're right.
Okay, Zorro, you can give me a persuasion roll with that one, because Valentha is making a good point.
Yeah, but can I pass it?
I don't know.
You're an elf, of course you can.
Okay, so you can use the RP stunts as well, because you got doubles. You have 6 points to use.
Oh, Oh shit. Oh
Of course.
shit. Okay.
Let the elf talk.
I don't I don't even have it.
It's gonna shut up now.
Okay. Hold on really quick.
All right, so before Valantha chooses her stunt points, let's go ahead and take our second break for the night. And when we come back, we will find out if she can how well she's going to convince the commander to release the Tevinter Blood Mage into her care.
Oh god.
But stick with us, guys. We will be right back. And
the
we
husky-
are back.
and the shepherd, and also the energy. So it's like, oh god, welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
You were talking doggos.
Yes.
Yes.
Were.
So when we left off, Magnus, Valantha, and Dalen were having a conversation with the commander about possibly releasing Valantha into Astia into Valantha and Magnus's custody. Due to the concerns of finding a warden's blade, a virgin warden's blade in the basement of a necromancer, and with the start of a new blight and everything just does not make sense. And Valantha made one hell of a persuasion roll. Do you want to use any sort of stunt before we figure out what happens?
I do. We agreed on flirt. No, I'm kidding.
This is Dragon Age after all.
That's true. No, I'm gonna use Sway the Crowd and Tower of Will.
All right, so Sway the Crowd and Tower of Will. Let me bring up my book here. All right, so Sway the Crowd is your interpersonal efforts are so effective they spill over onto others in the area, and you affect one additional person of your choice past your original target. You may use this stunt multiple times on the same roll. However, the test that gave rise to this stunt was an opposed test. You may not expand the effect to anyone who has a higher ability plus focus total than you or the original target. And the Tower of Will is your success gives you a sense of your own brilliance and strength of character. That's the +1 bonus one. That's the one Astia used. And you see the commander like close his eyes and nod. Very well. I, against better judgment, will release the mage into your care. But you will have to leave as soon as she's free. I cannot risk her going on a frenzy around my men.
Understood.
Now it is up to you.
However,
if you want her released now, or if you want to make her sleep in the cage for a day.
I mean,
you
did want her
just
on
read
board.
my mind.
Oh, don't give her that option. Come on.
As you see a
just
very
read my
wicked
mind.
smile on his face.
You see, you and I just thought the same, because I was going to say we've been traveling very long. I would like to have, a good night's sleep, and then we can leave first thing in the morning. So we'll grab her in the morning.
And she really did say she wanted her own private quarters.
But
Well-
please do let her know that she's free in the morning with no trial or anything. That way she doesn't get antsy.
Would you be against me making some sort of theatrics when we bring her up instead, and then just spill it on her that she's free, as we lead her down to the chopping block?
Oh, that could be entertaining. I'm fine with that.
If
Okay.
it would boost morale around here, sure, why not?
Sure.
Look, it's been a while since we got to have our fun with a mage. We'll just call it old time's sake.
Sounds good to me. Everyone wins.
Well then, until tomorrow, I think meals are ready if you wish to go down to the what are they calling it, Dalen? He's like, the slop house, sir. The slop house. Don't worry, the food's actually decent. It's just the name that
that's
the
good.
men have decided to call their eating quarters.
Well, no
that's
one
good.
said they had to be tactful.
Tact is
Mhm.
not something that we look for. We only look for strong sword arms nowadays.
All right then. Thank you.
All right, so Valentha and Magnus go down to have their evening meals and then afterwards to retire for the night. Estia, as night falls and you're huddled up, your knees in a cage, surrounded by filth, you like slowly trying to rock yourself to sleep. You notice that the runes in the room begin to flicker and then they die out. And then all of a sudden you're sitting balled up on a small floating mass of land. A singular tree next to you, floating in a sea of nothing but mist and brown. Now, this isn't something that you are not familiar with, though you're kind of surprised that you were able to enter the Fade so easily.
It's surprising. I suppose if the only thing that's really around me is the tree, I'm gonna go over to the tree, kind of have a look around, or just kind of lean up against it and observe the area, see what the environment is like, if there's any way from here to anywhere else within the Fade.
As you're looking around, you can see just nothingness around this island. It seems like the only thing that is currently in the Fade is the small piece of land with a singular tree. And as you're staring off into the distance, trying to find something of merit in the Fade, you hear light footsteps behind you.
So before those footsteps reach me, just at a quick observation, is the shape of this land roughly the same as the shape of the runes that were around the cage? Like, do they encircle the same kind of? Okay,
It's the same like diameter of land.
Okay. With that realization, I'll be kind of surprised by the footsteps and turn around to see who they belong to.
And as you turn, you see this medium-sized elf standing in front of you in this dark brown leather armor with a singular wolf skin flung over his shoulder. Zorro is freaking out. His head completely bald as he stands there looking at you for a moment, and then he just shakes his head.
You're not here to mock me as well, are you?
It depends on what you think is mocking. Why is it that every time the world seems to be in danger, Tevinter has a hand in it?
We just want more than the mundane that the rest of the world has seemed to accept.
Yes, and and your forever long quests of being more than mundane seem to harm more than it's worth.
Well, you know what they say about breaking eggs. Sometimes it has to be done.
And he walks closer to you, and he grabs the necklace, the pendant that you're wearing, and just pulls it off of you. And then he shoves it in your face. Do you have any idea what this is? Or did you just put it on because it looked like it promised you power?
I recognized the symbol, and so I took it. I haven't exactly had the time to sit down and inspect these things, have I?
So leaping off a cliff before even looking. Tevinter, as he throws it back at you. You ignorant child. Because of your actions, another blight is upon the world. One that is far, far beyond schedule.
And what makes you think you can put that on me?
Oh, because you're the one who caused it.
Explain yourself.
As he points to the amulet again. Your people have been trying to summon her since the end of the last blight. That little pendant there was the cornerstone of the ritual. I thought hiding it somewhere in the wilds would prevent them from being able to complete it. Yet you found it, you put it on, and you slaughtered the life of an innocent being, completing the ritual. Bravo.
I'm sorry. Do you mean that dragon was actually...
Yes. Exactly what I mean. You woke her up.
Well, I've done my job then, haven't I?
Of course, you would say that. No, you have not done your job. You were never originally setting out for this. This is not some great claim to fame. Even those in your homeland consider this off-brand cult to be an embarrassment, as they decided to try to help a dragon or archdemon or whatever you wish, whatever your people call it, skip ahead a few centuries before her time, before her blight. And now she is on the world, and everyone is once again at risk.
Yes, but such an act of freeing her, helping her, has surely gained favor.
Do you honestly think they give a damn about your pathetic people? So power hungry, so thirsty for acclaim, you Tevinter are, that you never really look to see how much danger you are putting yourselves in the entire world in.
Well, perhaps if we were just given a chance to finish what we start and not interrupted by people like these Fereldans.
You don't get it. I am not surprised. As boastful of your intelligence as you Tevinter are, you are some of the most ignorant beings I have ever witnessed set foot on that world. So caught up in your politics and your grandstanding that you do not take notice of what happens around you.
And tell me, what's happening around me? Or did you just come here to insult me and Tevinter?
Oh no, I can insult Tevinter all day without you here. I've had multiple years, millennia, to sit there and watch you prattle about it as the ignorant children that you are.
At mention of that length of time and his getup, would I have any idea who this guy is?
Aside from my most hated Dragon Age character, yes,
What,
I hate
even
him.
more than Anders? What?
I like Anders. He likes cats.
You only liked him until the end.
Oh no, I liked him at the end as well when he blew up the chantry.
Oh, god damn.
I wanted to give him a high five for that one.
No, I stabbed him in the back.
Of course you did.
Lover betrayed, man. Lover betrayed.
I'm trying to see here. It's gonna be a lore. You could give me a religious lore if you have it. If not, it's just a cunning.
Yeah, I don't have religious lore. I just have arcane lore, so I guess it'll be straight cunning then. My cunning's pretty decent.
So 9, 12, 15. From the way that he speaks and everything, and the way that he's dressed a little bit, you assume that you are speaking to Fenharal, the Dreadwolf.
That my Dragon Age lore is a little rusty, but I think he was an elven god, right?
He's the trickster god. Think
Yep.
of him as like equivalent to Loki
Yeah.
with a
I
a
thought
wolf
so.
with 3 eyes.
But in this form, he kind of looks like Benedict Cumberbatch as a bald elf.
To the Googles.
So, why should I take your word for it? Given who you are.
Oh, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just sit and watch. Or you can muster up that Tevinter pride of yours and do something about it. Be useful for once.
I'd say I've been very useful already.
Useful to an embarrassment.
From
mean-
your perspective.
Oh no, even from your people's perspective, this cult was an embarrassment.
And explain, please, what you expect to achieve by coming to me.
Well, I'm coming to you because you are going to put things right. You are going to undo the harm that you just put this world in. It's going to be quite the joke on history when everybody hears that a Tevinter blood mage is going to be one of the saviors of the world.
That is quite a title.
You are going to end this blight. Or die trying.
Well, hopefully that won't be the result. I'm afraid there's not much I can do from the accommodations I was given.
Do not worry. One of my agents has seen to your freeing.
That's so.
Yes.
One of
That
your
is so.
agents.
Yes. I know it's hard to fathom, but I have agents and even friends. I mean, Tevinters know what friends are, right?
Not even going to respond to that. Tell me, who exactly do I have to thank for my freedom?
That I won't tell you. Just know that you're going to have to continue traveling with your elf friend or compatriot, or the elf, the dwarf, and the Talvishoth.
The insufferable ranger, the beast, and, well, the dwarf. He's been actually kind of kind to me.
Well, they're going to ensure you live.
Have you met that beast?
Yes, I have.
Has no love for
Well,
me.
Not met, but I have had my eye on him. He has no love for you, but he will have his own reasons to tolerate you.
And yet, from what the elf tells me, he's the one that sent Jimmy after me. Wait. You said killed an innocent. You don't mean Jimmy, do you?
Was that the boy's name?
It was.
Then yes, I mean Jimmy.
That was not my fault.
I disagree. You shot him through the face. That definitely is your fault.
Yes, I ended him, but I didn't put him in that position.
Position or not, you were wearing the amulet when you completed the ritual. So even though you didn't mean to start a blight, my dear, you started a blight.
Well, the result of this is that the world has to recognize that those of us from Tevinter are as powerful as we say. And I help to stop this mess, then I suppose it may be worth it.
He gives like a little like half smile as he begins to walk away. Do not get too ahead of yourself. I know it is hard because even Teventers walk 10 steps ahead of their own beings. But just don't mess up again. And you see a slight shimmer for a moment as he walks into this dome, like this small glowing arch, and then it shuts behind him, and then like you're just ripped out of the fade, and you're back in the you like look around, you're back in the cell, and the runes begin to flicker up again.
I guess in a dark place like this, it would be difficult to determine how much time has passed, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess in that case, I'll continue to sit down in that corner, but I'm no longer that kind of paranoid rocking mass that I was before. I'm kind of got a renewed vigor. I'm just waiting for my freedom.
I hate the fact that I had to play him. Because like I just wanted to be a complete and utter smartass, but at the same time it's like I had to be full of myself as well.
Yeah, I knew you were cringing, but that was great.
Well, the thing is, it's like I need to do more. Like I wasn't nailing his voice. I need to like actually do more study on the way he talks, because this isn't the only time you're gonna run into him.
He has that soft British accent.
Well,
Well, he's the same guy that was on.
I'm sorry, you ain't gonna get a British accent from me.
Just watch Torchwood. You'll be inspired.
No, you ain't getting a British accent from me.
What about like low British, like Pirates of the Caribbean British?
Nope.
Hello, Governor.
No.
Too much.
Like, Auric was trying to get me to do a Cockney accent for Ivar. I couldn't. I can't.
No.
I don't really have the vocal range for something like that.
Oh, it's great. That was great. I know the whole time I was like, oh, he's the second you described him, I was like, oh, Rojan is cringing on the inside.
Yeah. I mean, at least if I have to roleplay Alistair, it's just playing a smartass.
You have to be funny and love cheese.
I mean,
lots of jokes and cheese.
Yeah. Raven,
Puns.
You're muted.
And whine every time you have to do something.
Well, I mean, he's king. He doesn't have to do anything anymore.
It's your fault for not hardening him.
Could I suggest a Toka? I could do Toka. Toka was easy. Toka was just a very slow and deep voice. Man, I miss Toka.
That's true.
Anyway.
Toka.
Toka was one of my favorite characters that I got to play. So, as like you drift back asleep, kind of feeling at odds with yourself and not feeling just right. And then time passes and you're jolted awake as the wooden door is pulled open. Multiple guards walk out, and you can see all of their armor has been shined and clean, and they're wearing these black cloaks over their shoulders as they come in, and they just quickly hoist you up, and they stuff another rag into your mouth, tie your hands behind you, blindfold you, and just begin to drag you by like the collar of your vest. Wait, does it say we have 17 retweets?
Not the kind of escort.
No, it's
that I
still
was
the
after.
old one.
Okay.
It's the wrong one.
Yeah, the timed command has the wrong one. The tweet command should have the correct one.
Yeah, we're currently at 8. Okay. I was like, wait a second. Did somebody create multiple accounts?
Yeah, Law Death. The problem with the timed ones is that Impious is the only one that has access to that part of the bot to change it,
Yep.
because it has to be done
Yeah.
locally. So unfortunately, we can't change that when we start up our streams.
Yeah.
And you're just like roughly drag up the stairs and out the door and then down the stairs as well, and you can't really tell what's going on, but you can hear drums as you're coming down the stairs, and you're pulled off to the left, and you're like, your knees are kicked out from underneath you, and you feel your like collarbone pressed down against a wooden block. And then there's just like this agonizing moment of waiting as you feel like you're about to be executed, like you're just waiting for the headman's axe to hit you, but it never comes. And after about 5 minutes of making you lay there, you feel that your arms, the bindings on your hands and wrists are cut. The rag is pulled out, the hood is pulled off your head, and the rag is pulled out of your mouth. And the only ones standing there are Dalen, Valantha, Orzus, and Magnus. It's like, you're free to go. And he walks off.
Just standing there, her hair all ruffled from the hood, and just looking around, like utterly confused at this display that just happened.
Good morning, Princess. Did you sleep well in your own private quarters?
Looks so well rested. Let's go.
Come on, get your bags. Let's go.
What is going on?
Well, apparently you're free. Let's go.
Yes, I know I'm free. I knew that since last night. What was all this mess?
Oh, it was fun, wasn't it? I had fun.
Is this your idea of fun?
Well, you're not dead.
Yeah. Come on, get your things. We'll explain on the road.
Oh, no. No, no, no. If you're
Oh.
going to be doing stuff like this to me, I travel alone.
Oh, that's not part of the deal.
Yeah. Do you
deal?
want to die?
Well, you live and you come with us.
You made a deal for my life.
Well, it was either that or we got to watch you turn into... Well, watch your head get turned into a sport.
Oh, decisions were so hard.
Whose idea was this exactly?
Well,
None of you want to take credit?
it was a group decision.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
I don't think you dreamed this up in a group.
And as you three are having that conversation, one of the younger looking guards walks up and hands Valantha a letter. And he says, "This is from the commander. He says he doesn't know how well it will do, but is a letter of introduction if you find yourself in front of the king."
Oh, do you hear that? We get to go meet the king.
That's good. Thank you.
Oh.
I'll put it in my bag.
Like that.
Oh, don't worry.
The king. And the boy stops and he turns around. He's like, "Oh, also," and he reaches and he hands you another bag. And inside is 500 silver.
Who did we kill for that?
It's what did the commander say? A down payment for ending the blight.
Oh,
Travel
Well.
expenses and all.
good. Good.
Seems a little bit on the cheap side for the blight, but I'm appreciative. Thank you.
You volunteered to end the blight.
Well, more like voluntold, but yeah.
Something like that. We have to go talk. We need to go talk to Alistair because he's going to tell us where to find the Grey Wardens, and you're coming with us.
Oh, and good news. So is the Kunari.
Why
Isn't
did it
this
have
fun?
to be king? Isn't there any other Grey Wardens you can find?
Not that are
No.
alive and nearby. Alive
kind of
being the
banished.
qualifying statement there.
I mean, they were banished and we don't know where, so why don't we go ask a Grey Warden that may possibly know where we know where he is?
Well, if it will get me out of this dump, I suppose I'll go with you on your fool's errand, but we must also go to Tevinter.
But who knows? I mean, we'll be in the presence of a king. If we have to spend the night, it'd be a luxurious bed, maybe even rewarded with fine jewels and gold. I mean, the possibilities.
And possibly even
king.
more than a bucket.
And a cot.
There was a cot, right?
I don't think it would count as a cot. It was, you know what? I don't want to talk about it.
It's probably a good idea. So let's go get your things and let's be on our merry way because we're a group now.
Or we have to carve our way through the blight to get there.
I assume that I'd probably be able to pick up my stuff. I'm assuming that they took all my stuff when they imprisoned me.
They did, but it's like on a small. It's in a chest next to the headsman block.
Of course it is. Okay, so on the way out, I want to look around, and that archer lady that was in the tower. I want to see if she's around anywhere.
You can give me a perception roll. If you have seeing, you can roll that.
I have like nothing except for magic stuff.
12. You catch like the back of her red hair like flowing as she enters the commander's tower, and the door shuts behind her.
Yeah, and there's no stunts that I can really use to help me with that either. That's unfortunate. Really. Okay. I guess I'll put all my stuff in my bag and put my half cape back on and get ready to head out.
All right. Let me go ahead and put you guys on a certain map here.
And we, because I don't know how he's going to react, we are going to pretend that we tempted Orzus with much bloodshed of darkspawn, Tevinter enemies, and lots of food.
Okay. So
sounds like we're baiting a Klingon.
Yeah. Okay, let's be fair. Kunari are pretty much just Klingons.
There will be glorious battle and possibly death.
I mean, that's why I like the Kunari. They're pretty much just giant Klingons. All right. So, bringing up the handy dandy world map, you guys are currently here in Ostagar. Now, there are three options that you have. There is still the matter of Jimmy's family, a little south of Redcliffe.
Oh, how do we tell them his?
If you want to try to figure out if you can identify who the sword was made for or why it was made, you've got Orzammar. Or if you just want to go say hey to King Owl and find out what he's up to, you've got good old Denerim.
Oh God, that is out there.
Yep.
And we are where? Where's the we
you
are here marker?
Are here.
Oh, we're halfway between middle
here.
and nowhere.
I need to get like a small.
Hey, the hinterlands is really pretty.
The only problem is like these squares are huge. I wonder if I could, like, you can get rid of the grid, right?
I think you can.
Yeah, you can.
Boosh.
Bingo. Because now I can just use like a little marker to just show you guys where you're at. Perfect.
You are here between the middle of no and where.
Hey, pretty forest over here. Really thick, pretty forest over here.
And blight is coming from what direction?
This is where you first saw
Here.
it.
Yep.
And lots of farmland over here.
Also, Fox, you know the temple that's the dragon was sealed at was in the Frostback Basin.
Interesting.
So, I mean, logically, do we really want to tell Jimmy's family that he was sacrificed to summon a blight?
What if we send a crow?
Why do we have to bother with that at all?
Because it's the right thing to do. Kind of
know
like
that.
saving you from the headsman.
Seems like a waste of time to me, but apparently I'm outvoted here.
Well, Redcliffe could also be a good place to restock and get resources, but it is a little bit out of the way at the moment, so we could potentially send a raven.
All of you would know that Lothering has been rebuilt.
He has. Okay. Or it has. Okay.
Now, I don't suppose we were lucky enough to get, something resembling a horse, maybe a cart, or are we walking?
You're walking. You
Oh,
don't see
no
any horse.
Knuckle?
You don't even see any sort of stable in this fort.
That was a swift kick out the front door.
I was so hoping to ride a Nuggalope.
Is there a chance
Fog unicorn for life.
we could acquire something of the sort to travel slightly faster in Lothering?
It's possible.
Potentially.
Because if we started there, we can figure out where we're going once we get there.
Well, as part of, if we want to go by towns, Lothering will be the next best one, and then it's kind of spread out with little houses here and there, maybe teeny tiny little towns, but as far as like something with abundance, Lothering, and then far to the north, west, and east.
Is that a road or a river that I'm seeing?
Going up?
Between
it's a road.
Lothering, then to South Beach and Denerim.
I think that's a river.
Oh wait, are you talking about like these lines right here? This like pale.
I think this one here
Yeah,
specifically.
the really dark one.
No, that is a road.
That is actually a road.
That is actually a road.
Now, if we can. I don't have a good answer. Go to Lothering and figure it out from there.
That's true. It's about the same distance either way. So, all right. That sounds like a plan to me.
And not having to walk the entire way to Denerim has a certain appeal.
Yeah, that, especially since we eventually need to walk in the opposite direction.
And maybe if we can get an audience with Alistair, he could find us a proper mode of transportation to Ozamar.
Horses and carts, maybe. Sturdy horses and carts. I mean, they have some
sturdier than Biscuit.
Yes, I have heard that. I've heard that some of the best horses are in Denerim, so.
Well, I mean,
lucky we'll get some.
Breaking your leg and walking on your hands would probably be more stable than Biscuit.
Yeah, that's also true.
Well,
Yeah.
Lothering and then possibly to Denerim. Tally ho.
All right, so
Yep.
are you guys going to stick to the Imperial Highway, or are you going to go off the beaten path through like either the Southron Hills or the Hinterlands?
I mean, the road's a pretty direct route from A to B here.
Seems like it would be the quickest route too, because it would be the least obstructed.
Me, as someone who has seen and journeyed through the hinterlands and saw how pretty it was, I would suggest the hinterlands, but I totally understand their logic.
By the way, bear mode is on in this game, so don't fuck with the bears.
No, you wouldn't. For those of you that don't know, there is a certain part of the hinterlands that you go to. If you see one bear, there's 5, and then after taking forever to kill one, 5 more pop up,
Yep.
and you have no choice but to fight
Yep.
them all. And it's
Law Death Bear mode is one of the game options that you game mutations you could put on an Inquisition, where the bears are pretty much one of the most dangerous characters or most dangerous creatures that you can fight in the game. They will just completely destroy a party.
Darkspawn,
It's-
dragon, bears. No,
Yeah,
kind of
like
ridiculous.
the dangerousness of this of it goes like Corypheus, dragons, bears, everything else.
Bears are even above trolls. Or giants. Not trolls. Giants. They just look like trolls. Yeah.
no, not cuddly
No.
bears. Like
I
murder
mean-
bears.
Have you? Yeah.
I mean, they
Yeah.
would be cuddly for a very, very brief moment.
I mean, have you seen what a great bear looks like in the game? It's a very shaggy, old, I don't want to mess with this bear.
All right.
Highway's good.
Okay, so you guys are going to be traveling down the Imperial Highway towards Lothering. All right,
Yes.
so let's go ahead and take our final break for the night. And when we get back, we will start up on the adventure of our heroes here heading from Ostagar to Lothering. But stick with us, guys. We will be right back.
I'll tell you right now, though, great bear pelts are fantastic for
All right, we are back. So, I think everything is working. Oh,
Magnus ran off.
Magnus ran off. Hashtag blame Magnus. That is fine. That's my fault because I didn't look at the cameras when I brought us back. So I guess you can blame me for that one.
You always got to blame the guy that's not there.
Yep.
Or just blame HB Fox. I mean, that's what we start. That's what we do anyway.
I'm feeling personally attacked right now.
Well, I mean, it is the meme. You know, hashtag blame HB Fox.
I'm innocent. I'm not guilty of anything that anyone accuses me for.
You know, you say that a lot.
I get accused for a lot of things.
Impolite degree. Blame Fox.
Yeah.
I didn't kill the dog on purpose. I didn't kill the other dog
On
I didn't
purpose.
destroy that plane of existence on purpose. You know, I didn't kill Jimmy on purpose.
You totally killed Jimmy on purpose. Don't even start with that one.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I
mhm.
killed him on
Nope.
purpose, but he put himself in that situation.
No. You're all horrible people. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying for that one.
Impious put him in that situation, knowing full well what the result would be.
And you finished him off.
He was practically dead when I got to him. I was being merciful.
Practically dead doesn't count as dead.
You've seen how I roll for heals. I would have killed him if I tried to heal him anyway.
Spiked like a human kebab.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does have Fox does have a point. Estia's rolls have sucked.
Yes,
Although
We
the
weren't-
hot pink dye worked
we-
for me last session. So
we really weren't joking about is she a blood mage? 20% of the time.
she says she is, but we don't know because none of her spells ever work.
She starts mumbling something and waving her hands around and then just stands there.
Yeah. We don't even know if she's actually a mage anymore at this point.
She just thinks she's a mage.
She's like, look at my magic stick.
When that shade knocked her head against the wall, she suddenly started believing she was a mage, and she doesn't actually have magic.
She can
That's disturbing.
what?
That she just believes she's a mage.
I'm the most powerful mage of all. She's not even from Deventer. She just thinks she is now.
Found some random robes and just started thinking she was from Defender.
Whole time she was actually Jimmy's sister.
She was Jimmy all along.
What?
Yeah, J.K. Rowling has since put out a tweet confirming that Estia was actually Jimmy.
Yep.
I don't
It's
even-
confirmed.
Truths. Mm-hmm.
But we're back. And yeah. So you guys have decided to head up through the Imperial Highway towards Lothering.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to ask, what's the marching order like?
As much as I would like to say put the mage first.
Probably not smart because I don't think the mage knows the way.
Oh no. Next thing we know, you're like MMO walking into a tree or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, assuming that Valentha kind of knows where she's going.
I don't know, Valentha, do you know
Maybe.
where you're going?
That's a-
Do
Do you
maybe.
really know, or are you just kind of going, we're going that way?
Well,
She's probably got the best perception out of all of us.
I'm asking because it's going to determine what y'all have to roll.
I mean, she's more familiar with the west than she is the east part of Ferelden, although I'm sure her clan has gone into the Brazilian forest for a time, so she may be foggy on the details, but she might have a general idea of where Lothering is.
Okay. So you guys are going to trust her?
Yes.
Well, trust is a strong word, but
The
we'll
appropriate answer is yes.
follow her.
Okay.
Got us someone out of Kakari Wilds.
We'll get out of
Okay.
here. We just might not be the right direction.
So I guess I'm first.
The real question is how difficult is it going to be to rein a Kunari in?
You don't even have to worry about him right now. You guys can focus on that when Imp gets back. But even if you weren't familiar with the territory, if you stick to the roads, you'll be fine.
Okay.
But Valentha, since you are out in front, about 2 hours into your first leg of the journey here, can you give me a perception roll?
Straight perception or anything specific?
If you have seeing, you can roll seeing. Okay. That will actually work for you.
Yay! Why is the ranger up front? Oh god.
Scout.
Yeah, that's true.
You also have
This isn't mouse guard.
you also have the highest movement. You can get the heck out of Dodge if you need to.
That's true. I can move, I think, what was it? I can move 14 squares.
Yeah, you could be from like front of the pack to
Fast, Jesus.
the other
Okay.
side of the map.
Oh god.
So, Estia,
Mhm.
that won't put your character sheet. Your character.
Oh, you mean Valantha?
Yes, Valantha. I don't know why I keep confusing the two of you.
It's the A's at the end of the name, I think.
No, it's just I'm an idiot. That's what it is. I kept
Rose Ash.
I keep calling Rose Ash. I kept calling Cassius Ichirai.
It's bound to happen between two characters in every single game. Like, no matter who the DM is, there's always two characters that get mixed up for each other.
Yep.
So let me bring the three of you up on this. So as you're walking down the road,
Oh, jeez.
you happen upon a group of three people who are, it looks like they're trying to fix the wheel of a cart.
Classic.
Like, it looks like the cart has taken a spill off the side of the road, and one of the wheels have become detached.
Was Jimmy driving?
You could see two of the gentlemen lifting up the cart as the other one is trying to put a wheel on the back mount. But like as he's doing it, he slips and the wheel like falls down into the grass, and he curses to himself and he picks it up again, and he tries to get the spoke aligned, and it just looks like it looks like he has no idea what he's doing at all.
Because Valantha knows better, is there any way to check to see if this is all an act? Like an insight check to see if this is legitimate?
Let's see.
Obviously, it's not an insight check, but
It's
something.
It's not an insight check, but
Cunning?
yeah, you can give a cunning roll.
Okay. Otherwise, perception's probably the only other one I could think of.
With a 14, you kind of have a feeling that one of the what do you call it? The guy on the wheel at the moment is kind of hamming it up, as he is like, you could see that he, like, at one point the wheel slides on and he pulls it off and drops it into the grass again and throws out a quick swear before trying to do it again.
I'm gonna whisper back to the group really quick, before we're within earshot of them, and be just like, I think they're just bandits. Just keep walking. I believe this is an act. Just walk.
Just
and I'm
in
looking
case.
specifically at Orzus and Asthea.
Just in case walking doesn't go according to plan, because I know how our plans turn out.
Behold my shitty road.
I would like to use rock armor on myself.
Look,
Wait.
I don't have a road map, so I just decided to throw up a shitty drawing of a road.
Hey, it works.
It works. It totally works.
Look, I'm a DM, not an artist, okay?
Success.
No one said the roads had to be straight nor symmetrical.
Look, that's no
Exactly.
different than how it would be done if you're using one of those play mats with the grid on them.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
give a
I'm gonna
2-year-old a
keep it-
crayon and let him roll.
The lines would have been better because I'm not drawing with a mouse.
That's true.
Look, so,
So I want to keep an eye on them the whole
just
time.
just prepare, or just pretend I have an ounce of artistic talent and this is a road.
Oh, we believe you.
All right, so Asthea like summon us. Yeah, she does beat the target number. So she casts a spell, and the dirt underneath her begins to crawl up her body and harden a little bit, giving her a protective layer over her flesh. And as you begin to walk closer to the quote unquote broken down group, the one on the wheel smiles to you as he lets the wheel go, falls back down into the grass, and he dusts his hands off, and he like waves at you as he steps into the, like, a little bit deeper into the middle of the road. Like, oh, hi there, friends. Beautiful day, right?
Not.
Ava Atishan.
I'm sorry.
Ava Atishan.
Translation, please. So he looks back at Magnus.
I don't know. There's a blight on the way. I really don't. It's a reasonable day. I've seen better.
Wait, a blight?
Yeah, just over there. That way.
As the three of them look at you. What are you talking about a blight about, dwarf? There ain't no blight going on. It's too early.
What? The blight has a schedule now.
It's
Great.
only been a handful of years. Everyone knows that, it takes longer than this to happen.
Well, then why don't you just march down south and tell the blight that it's too early and to go back to where it came from? We'll wait.
You want me to go to the wilds?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, no, that's okay. So if you're right and a blight is coming, would you mind helping me out with my cart here? We got some goods. I'm trying to get up to Lothering. Blasted thing slipped off the road, busted the old wheel.
Huh.
And
What kind of cart is it?
It's like it's a hand cart. You could tell like one of the guys is a bit larger than the other two, and it seems like he would have the strength to pull it. And you could see in the back that there definitely are a couple burlap bags that are placed in the cart.
I'm going to try to walk past him.
Okay, you can go ahead and move yourself on the map.
Oh, right. Totally fine going off the beaten path.
And as you do, he just like turns his nose up at you and looks back to Magnus. So
Light that way.
Yes, and if there is a blight that way, we want to go that way. But I can't leave my goods here. I just need.
We're in a bit of a hurry.
Come on, it won't take long. I just need somebody to steady it a bit as I can get the wheel on. Two guys holding up the cart isn't enough.
You look perfectly capable.
Falling for it, just take them. And the big guy drops the cart, and he pulls out a sword as the one on the opposite end of it grabs a bow. Wait, did we freeze?
Nope, we're good. We're good. No, we're not. Did it break?
Nope. Yeah.
Nope, we're
maybe.
good.
Okay, yeah, because I'm looking at OBS and it says that I had some drop frames there.
Oh,
Just
Like it's
smack it,
just
it'll
refresh?
be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, if refresh and
smack it.
just smack it. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My internet had a little bit of a hiccup and had some drop frames there, but all should be good now, hopefully. Fingers crossed. And as I was saying, the guy on the opposite end of the cart reaches into the grass and pulls up a short bow. And the guy in the road draws his own blade.
Go back to the guy with the bow.
What's-
That would be a mistake.
So what I need is that handy dandy initiative roll. Oh wow, they actually have initiative.
Was that a dexterity roll?
A dexterity roll, yes.
Thank you.
$13, $16, $15.
That poor guy that pulled out a short bow. He doesn't know what's coming.
All right, so Raven, what did Magnus roll?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11. Estia, what did you roll?
8.
8. Good job. Valentha.
12.
All right.
Is Orzus with us at all?
No, Orzus is not with you.
Okay.
Because
That-
like I didn't get like a thumbs up, thumbs down about somebody controlling him, so he's
Scouting.
he's scouting, yeah. He's scouting for food or eating things or killing something. But so our first gentleman here, the one with the short bow. What is their speed? 13. Run back here. He's gonna aim his short bow and he's gonna take a shot at Valentha.
Bitch.
Well, this is a 15 going to strike your armor.
Beat me by 1.
Beat you by 1. Okay. All right, so you're going to take 7 points of damage. That's not that's not subtracting from whatever your armor rating is. So it's 7 minus your armor rating.
Right.
Standing
Okay,
behind
so
a
I would
dwarf
take
gives you
4.
half cover.
Oi.
As he just lets the arrow fly and he just slices across Valentha's arm.
Oh, why is my health appearing incorrectly? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay.
And while as you're hit with an arrow, the gentleman that was lifting the cart charges towards you with his short sword.
Bitches and hoes.
They're farmers now.
15.
Yeah. Wow. Stop smiling, Fox.
As you're going to take another 7 damage.
Okay.
As you're looking down at the slice across your arm, the man brandishes his sword, just comes out and cuts you across the shoulder with his sword in like a wild swing.
Rude.
The third gentleman charges towards the dwarf. He goes for a sword attack here. 18.
C.
He brings the blade down and just cuts down a little bit across your cheek for 6 damage. Valantha.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead, take a couple steps back, and aim that arrow straight for this guy's head, because that was just rude.
Okay. So that is 7, 9, 12, 16. That will hit.
Yeah. Ogren, you are so loud. My God.
Is that what that is?
He's chewing on his toy. What?
8 damage. Wow.
Wow. That awful.
All right. As awful as that is, you can see that when you fire the arrow, it flies and it embeds itself in like the meaty part of his shoulder.
Good.
As it gives you a hint that the armor they're wearing isn't that great. It looks like they just put a couple like a thin layer of leather over their like home clothing and called it a day.
Good to know.
Magnus.
Yeah.
God, that background is just horrendously yellow, isn't it?
It really is, but that's okay.
It's very sticky note yellow in an office.
Since we figured out I can do this, I am going to literally charge through him while feeding him the axe.
Okay.
That is that.
So that is 5, 6, 11, and 11 will not hit.
Sadness.
As you bring the axe around, as you charge through him, and he just quickly like moves it away with his shield, giving a little victorious half laugh as he does. Estia.
I think Estia is itching to stretch her magic muscles after having them suppressed in that cage for an evening. So we are going to step back to here. That guy is still just within range, and aiming at this fool up here.
Which one?
This one right here.
Okay. The one that Valenta shot?
Yep. We're going to attempt to throw a lance at him.
Oh, the Jimmy Killer.
The Jimmy Killer.
And you will get stunts. That will hit.
Lots of numbers hit. Okay.
Yep. That will hit him, and you get stunts.
Apparently, we just had to lock you up
3
for
stunt points.
Yeah, please don't make locking me up to make my spells better a thing.
Well, you're kind of like a Sith Lord where we just have to make you angry and you channel your anger to actually become powerful.
I mean, the powerful part sounds good. The doing things to make me angry part, probably not so good.
Suppression training isn't what she wants.
It works for the Hulk.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're going to use Mighty Spell with that. So it's going to get an extra d6 of damage.
Okay.
So that's an extra d6 on top of whatever that is. 11.
Damn.
He's going to take a total of 17 damage.
Oh.
Bitch, trying to swipe in on my kills.
Okay.
Swooping is bad,
so,
man.
As you fire off the arcane lance, how does it look when you kill him?
This one is a bit bigger than usual, a bit shinier, a bit flashier than usual. instead of just kind of having like the crimson wisps coming off of it, it's almost like the entire thing is sparking with like a red electricity as it flies through the air and makes contact with him. And instead of piercing him, it almost just like explodes when it hits him.
And Valentha, you could see this like beefier arcane lance fly and completely blindside the gentleman in front of you, and it carries him off of his feet and just throws his body probably a good like 2 or 3 yards as an entire section of his right half is now just indented, and it looks like it like pushed in and then exploded out from the force.
Oh my.
Move the body there.
Can we break up movement in this the same way that we can in D&D?
Yep. As long as the movement isn't full.
Okay, so in that case, I can move there, and then that's all I can do.
Okay. So what is the range of a short bow?
That is a good question.
Do you guys have any ranges on your weapons?
I have a range on my arcane lance.
Yeah, my longbow is 52.
52. Okay.
Damn.
Although it's funny because I do have a short bow too, so I should probably look up what that is.
All right. So seeing his friend get completely annihilated by what he now knows is a mage, the one of the bow takes his eyes off Lantha, rushes forward and launches an arrow at Estia.
Rude.
So popular.
Hey, look at that. An 18. That will hit, right?
Sure will.
All right. So 8 damage.
I will take 4 because of my rock armor.
Okay. And like what you've experienced previously when you've been wounded with rock armor, the arrow buries in into the earth on your body, but it has enough force to break through and pierce your flesh underneath. The one that's currently engaged with Magnus hesitates for a moment and he looks between the two of you. And like you see the look of fear in his eyes because he's like they are now outnumbered and there's a mage.
I told you this was a bad idea.
And then like in a wild cry, he rushes towards Estia with his blade in like the blade in the air.
Bastard.
14.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. 7.
-4.
And like it's reminiscent of what Jimmy does. He brings the blade down, it carves through the earth, and just cuts down along your upper body.
It's Jimmy's dad.
It's Jimmy 2.0. Valentha. Wow, I put a lot of extra
It's an elf name. Just
put the-
extra emphasis in that name.
You put it on the wrong syllable.
Yeah.
Finding it rude that she's no longer a threat. She's gonna be like, bitch, no. She's gonna aim for this guy right here.
That'll hit.
Oh my.
Oh, and with 6 stunt points as well.
Oh, that's going to. Oh.
Yep.
Are you shooting?
I'm
Are you
aiming.
shooting the archer?
I am, yeah. Whoever
Okay.
this guy right here, yeah. Cause rude. Let's see here. Cause I have 6. Let's see here. I definitely want to do mighty blow. Disarm. And see if I can knock the bow out of his hands. and knock him prone. I basically want to hit the arrow so hard that it makes him drop his bow and fall back on his back. So let me...
We see disarm
sorry.
here. You attempt to disarm your opponent and will make an opposed attack roll. The attacks do not generate stunt points if you win the test. So you rolled a total of what? 6, 12, 13, 17, 20.
20.
Okay, so you'll disarm him.
Cool. So he's disarmed.
He's disarmed. Mighty Blow is an additional D6.
Yes, let me add the D6 to that. God, these rolls are killing me.
And what was
And
the
he's
third
knocked
stunt?
prone.
Oh, and he's knocked. Oof. All right, so your arrow flies through the air and just blows through the back of his leg and out the kneecap. As you can see your arrow now lodged like halfway through the leg as he screams in pain and he drops to a knee, just like grasping it with one hand, like crying out and looking up at Astia for like some sort of mercy.
He was going to take out one of my friends, but then he took an arrow to the knee.
I mean, is she really a friend?
No.
Magnus.
So where's the one that's now prone?
In front of Astia.
Is it that guy you were aiming at, or was it this guy up here?
Oh, no, it was this guy.
Oh, it was him. I thought you said you were the one going out after Astia.
Oh, no, I thought he was the guy with the arrows.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, sorry. It was this guy.
So he is disarmed and prone.
And whoever attacks him gets, I think, a +1 to their attack for being prone.
Well, isn't that convenient?
All right, so instead of like looking up at like it rewinds because the DM's a moron. Your arrow again just blows through this archer's knee after you and in the pain he launches the bow out of his hand as he falls grasping the agonizing wound.
Well, seems like I have a captive audience.
By the way, short bow is 16 yards.
16 yards, gotcha. God, longbow is 52 and a short bow is 16. Jesus.
Well, wait, hold on. It says short range and long range. Longbow long range is 52, 26 for short range. Short bow is 16, and then 32 for long range.
Well, since he's just laying there, we are going to see if we can put him out of his misery. Please?
So 8, 10, 15 plus 1, 16. That will hit him.
Beautiful.
And you have 2 stunt points.
Yes, I see that. You know what? We're just going to add Mighty Blow in there.
Why not? This guy hasn't suffered enough.
In there.
He hasn't suffered enough. It's time to make him suffer more.
So that.
Jesus.
And add that on there as well.
Okay. So I need to know, like, so since you killed him, I need to know how it looks. But I just want you to let you know, he had 1 HP left.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, I only needed 1 more hit point on him. Damn it! So close. Holy shit, overkill.
So how does it look when you just completely obliterate this poor bastard?
Well, after the anger of missing that first swing on the other one, as I was trying to run past him, I just let out a scream and firmly embed the axe in what is now remaining of his skull and partially the ground.
All right, and that the blow from the axe just like turns this poor dude into pulp. Like there's just like this like built up rage inside of you, missing the first one, to where you just feel like the strength of your ancestors flow through you as this blow, like as you strike him, you almost can see the vibration lines coming out from the ground from the force of the blow as this guy is just pulped. Estia.
I think she's a little surprised by this guy suddenly charging at her and slashing at her successfully. Flashbacks to Jimmy. And she's gonna kind of like plant her hand on his chest and push back to push herself back. And she's gonna backpedal down to here. And as she does, another lance manifests in her hands. And she throws it at the guy.
So 7, 8, 12,
15.
15 will hit.
He's going to take 13 damage.
13 damage. Holy crap.
Max damage on that.
And the arcane lance flies and just blows into his chest. As you can just see this large gaping wound now formed from your magic. As he grasps it and he looks behind him, and he can see the utterly decimated bodies of his companions, and fear just welling up in his eyes. He just throws his blade to the ground and he begins to run off.
Which direction?
That direction. Valentha, you're up.
What to do? What to do? What to do?
Don't let him be the one that got away.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just gonna.
I thought you were gonna be like, that's what she said.
Yeah. I'm going to shoot an arrow near his feet just to scare him a little bit and make him run faster. But I'm not going to actually attack him.
Okay.
Just scare him.
Okay, are you shooting it behind him or in front of him?
Like in front of him off to the side so it's within his line of sight.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll anyway. Not to strike him.
You know what? Because you know what? I'm gonna make my own little pretend stunt from that. I want it to land just in front of his foot as soon as it hits the ground.
Okay.
It doesn't hit him, but it hits right. It just misses his big toe.
I will say, because just the accuracy, his foot lands and it like slices a part of like his shoe, and he lets out a fearful like whelp as he just tumbles to the ground, losing his footing. And you just see like this of smoke, not smoke but dust, kick up from the dirt around him as he hits the ground hard. Magnus,
Valentha's gonna laugh a little.
like combined with that fear and the wound in his chest, Magnus, as you get closer, you can hear him like weeping to himself as he begins to like say a prayer to the Maker to somehow save him from his impending death.
I told you it was a bad idea. I can't get any closer. I'm just marching right towards him at this point.
This is little dwarf.
You do have a throwing axe though, if you wish to throw it at him.
No.
Or are you just screwing with him right now?
No, I'm gonna give him another chance to run.
Okay. Estia.
Is he like face down, or is he on his back, kind
Oh,
of
no,
looking at us?
He's face down. Like when that arrow landed in front of him, he pretty much did like a tumble roll and just face planted into the ground.
Well, he attacked me like Jimmy did, so I think it's only fitting I try and kill him like Jimmy.
God damn it.
6, 8, 9, 13, 16 will strike. So, what does it look like when you kill him?
Do I want to be mean with this, or?
I mean, is that even a question?
You're right.
Defender.
I'm going to aim this lance at his hip.
Okay.
So when it hits him, it hurts a lot, but it does not kill him instantly.
Okay. So you see the lance fly and just embed itself in the hip, once again blowing a small hole in it, and he lets out this gasp of pain as the force rolls him over on his back and kind of pushes him a little bit towards Magnus as he's laying there, like his body convulsing, racked with pain and regret for crossing the three of you, trying to think he can rob you. Is like he reaches up to the blue sky as if he's seeing a hand reach down from him, and he lets out one last gasp of breath as his hand falls down lifeless into the dirt.
You know, we don't have to kill every single person we come by. Just a stupid bandit.
Didn't attack me, I would have let him go.
On the upside, they left us the cart.
Now who's gonna pull it?
Just check if there's anything useful and we can keep going.
Take
Good
what we
idea.
need, leave the rest.
Sounds good. So we'll check the sacks and the bodies.
Okay. So who is checking the sacks and who's checking the bodies?
I'll check
I'm
the bodies.
going over to this one and kicking a little dirt on it, and then going to check the sacks.
You just kick dirt on him and then you go and check the sacks?
Yep.
Okay. Valentha, you're checking bodies?
Yes.
Yeah, and actually I'm going to grab this guy by the leg and drag him back over here
Okay.
to there-ish. Just so we don't lose Valentha in the edge of the woods or something stupid.
Okay.
Bears.
So Estia and Valentha, you guys can give me I think there's investigation on here, or searching, I believe.
It might be a form of perception, maybe.
Yeah, I think that would be a focus listed under perception,
Yeah.
Let's see here.
which I definitely do not have.
I don't either, but still roll perception.
Perception, empathy, hearing, searching. Yeah, searching. So you can just give me
Okay.
perception rolls then.
Ouch.
All right, so 6, 8, 11,
Ouch.
and then 4, 7, 8. All right, Fox. Asiata really doesn't find much on these wannabe highwaymen. Given the location that they're at, it looks like they weren't very smart, as nobody seems to travel between Ostagar and Lothering anymore because there's nothing down south for anybody.
What kind of even if it's not really useful stuff, what kind of supplies were in the bags? Specifically, was there any parchment?
I'm sorry, you were searching the bags.
Yes.
Okay, you open the bags and the only thing you find in there is dirt.
Oh. How lovely.
Like every one of the bags is just dirt.
Oh, you got sandbagged.
I hate Ferelden more and more each day.
And Valentha, when you search these quote unquote gentlemen, Not much on them. Like I was saying, they weren't the brightest, crayons in the box.
Okay.
You find maybe about like 2 silver on one of them, but their armor isn't really armor. It's just really crappy pelts, and their weapons look like they just pulled them out of, sort of like just like they pulled them out of a bin. They're not really that sharp. They're not really that taken care of. It's
Oh,
it's
God.
obvious that these for the time that they were alive and were highwaymen, they really didn't use the weapons for more than anything but show.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine then. Shall we keep going then?
Do bandits have any sort of, or bandits or highwaymen have any sort of like identifying marker in the world of Dragon Age?
If they're a part of a gang, they may. But these highwaymen look like they were just freelance.
Okay, I don't think that's going to be worth my time. Then I was going to carve some sort of mark into each of them so anyone that came across the bodies would know, but I have to actually write the word bandit. It's not worth my time.
We gave them the perfectly good option of not screwing with us.
And yet they decided to. They thought they could take you. And then they realized you had a mage.
How wrong they were.
Freelance dirt merchants. I'm going to move you guys up a bit on the road here, so you're about there. By the time night begins, or the sun begins to set on you, and you make your way up the Imperial Highway, not much has come. You haven't really come across much after you've ran into the would-be highwaymen. The road is desolate. In some places has begun to be taken over by the surrounding grass, as nobody's used this road in years. But as the sun begins to set, I have to know, are you making camp or are you continuing on?
Is there any forest nearby if we travel
No.
off the path slightly?
No,
It's pretty open.
It's like it's just you are on this road, and like you could see like a tree line, not really a tree line, but a small collection of trees off the way of the hinterlands, but nothing too close.
Did anybody bring the supplies that we had, the camp supplies that we had from?
Yes.
Tor and Pixie,
okay.
Thank you for the raid. Raiders, welcome on in. We don't have our heart, and we get some love or some displacer beats in the chat for Tor and Pixie and their wonderful raiders. How was your stream tonight? Oh, also by the way, guys, are you down to go a little bit longer, like a half hour longer, since we did start a little late due to technical difficulties?
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I think it would benefit all of us to make a camp if we can.
Well, I don't want to make a camp on the main road. I'd rather go slightly off the path, just slightly, and then get back on the road.
Just bow shot off of the main path, basically.
You saw those stupid bandits. I mean, the main highway is just great for traffic.
I wouldn't call them bandits. That would imply they actually were successful at one point.
Oh,
They robbed
That's
somebody
true.
of their dirt. Is it safe in this area to make a camp off the path?
well, technically now that there's a blight, no. But it's the best for now.
Suppose we make do with what we've got.
Keep an eye out and take turns. That way we don't get the jump on us.
Listen for war horns.
Well,
That's also very true.
You say
We're
listen
taking-
for war horns, and I just hear the dogs snoring in the
I
background.
heard that too.
I'm sorry. He has a stuffy nose.
The horn is now a pug.
The warhorn. You're my little mini Mabari. Yeah.
If we're going to be taking turns watching, I suppose, I'll take first. I've got a few more hours left on this armor of mine.
All right. And we'll try to set up camp then. Just a little bit off
Just
the beaten path.
Just
a little.
just a bit off of the road. You know, you just clear out some of the overgrowth, and you just make a small. Are you making a fire, or are you making a large or small fire?
A small fire.
Small
Hey,
fire.
Especially
fire.
since
Pretty
Orzus is not here yet.
Pretty much just there for to make whatever food, to cook whatever food you may have with you, and provide a little bit of warmth, but nothing that says, "Hey, we're right here."
Yeah.
Like
Pretty
really
much.
hot coals is what we're getting here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, who's taking watch? I heard.
I'm taking first.
Okay. So, Estia, I almost called you Valenta.
Won't fail. Won't be the
Womp
last
womp.
time.
I just closed the player's handbook because I'm a genius.
Ew.
It's fine. I can reopen it rather easy here. So, Estia, can you go ahead and give me a perception roll?
Can. It's not my worst stat, but it's only a +1, so a lot of 4s.
So 12, 13. All right. So as you are camping, as you're taking watch for the night, you notice off in the distance in the sky a star begin to streak across the star-filled sky, and it begins to descend down almost as it's beginning to crash into the landside.
Whereabouts might that be falling?
It's about, like, you begin to like watch it as it disappears, and it hits like around there.
Suddenly have a desire to go west. Okay.
One more time, where?
It was right around here.
Huh.
Here, I'll mark it.
I'm going to make a mental note of that, in case we find ourselves going through the hinterlands.
I wish I had the Google Map thing, that the little Google Map marker that I could put on there.
Can you add art, like clip art or anything onto the map?
Imp has it for waist high and water deep, so I think he just found like the clip art for it and you just put it on there.
I was gonna say you should do that. It's hilarious.
I'm gonna make up like a Dragon Age themed one of those little markers.
Oh, it's just actually, if you want to go Dragon Age Origins, it was just like it looked like a little blood drop splatter per marker, or the swords crossing, but that usually meant you were fighting. Yeah, you never know. You could be.
I think I got one for you guys. But yeah, so aside from that, nothing really catches eye, nothing happens during your watch.
Okay. Who is taking second watch?
I'll take second watch.
Okay. Just trying to decide if I should be an asshole in waking you up, but I think we've all had a bit of a day, so let's kind of nudge you with the tip of my foot until you're awake.
All right, I'm up. I'll just
Find a quiet, dark place in our little camp to lay down.
Now go ahead and what kind of roll is this?
Perception.
Is it focused at all?
If you want to roll seeing, you can.
Awesome. Triple fours, triple threes. Oh
That's
my
a
God,
lot of
I got
threes.
5 threes.
A lot of threes.
3 is my lucky number, so this is looking pretty positive.
So, while you're sitting there, because you rolled 5 threes, and that's just weird, the stone once again begins to like pulse and vibrate in your bag.
I'm here.
Is the mage safe?
She is.
Good. Where are you?
We just left Ostagar and we're heading north to Lothering. We may be making our journey over to Denerim, but we'll make that decision once we're in Lothering. Should I contact you when I'm there?
No, I just wanted to warn you. Just in case you were in Ostagar still. It will
What's
fall
happened?
tomorrow. Or possibly fall tomorrow.
Is the horde coming?
A horde.
Should we be moving faster?
It wouldn't hurt.
All right. I will let them know.
I would suggest that you find a way to cover your tracks or hide yourself from prying eyes. Just in case the horde may happen upon you.
I would hate to suggest it, but the only thing I can think of is escaping into the hinterlands until we get to the Lothering, but it could be just as dangerous. But it might be our only chance right now.
I will leave that decision to you. Just whatever the cost, keep that mage alive. She is your ticket.
I understand. I will do my best to not fail you.
I am not worried about you failing me. I am just worried what can happen to you.
That's true. May Fenrir watch over us then.
May he watch over us. And the stone goes silent.
I'll put it back in my pocket and try to think of a way to convince them to go into the hinterlands. Can I look over in the direction and see anything, like any smoke on the horizon or anything? Discoloration in the clouds.
It looks like you can see like white smoke that would be coming from a campfire off the distance.
Okay. All right. I'll sit there thinking of a plan.
Okay. Is Magnus taking a watch, or is he just going to say screw it and sleep?
Nope. No, I'll take a watch.
Okay.
I'll take a watch.
I thought that was a nope, I'm not taking a watch.
No, screw it.
No, screw it. Do it live.
Oh, you want a perception roll, though. That should be fun.
13. Not bad. So you're sitting there, and like every now and then again, you look back towards Ostagar. You know, just paranoid that you're gonna see a burning, like a huge bonfire or something, as the fort burns and is overrun by the hordes of darkspawn that you fear are in the wilds. And as like you continue to peer, for a brief moment, you almost see, you could swear that you just see a line of torch fire. But as quickly as you see it, it's gone. And like you strain to like your eyes strain trying to see that fire once again off in the distance, but it's to no avail.
All right. So nothing else during the watch?
Nothing else.
Okay.
I'm scaring Zorro at the moment.
I was like, what? What?
Well, it's not a race that players can
No.
play.
No, it's
It's
not.
a monster.
It's not a playable.
It's a monstrous race.
Yeah, it's not a playable race.
So after the final watch, everyone wakes up as the sun begins to rise over the horizon, and everything is just quiet. Normally you would hear the sounds of birds in the sky chirping, at least some sort of wildlife running around across the roads or through the grass, but it's just silent. Just like this eerie, like that quiet before an all-out war happens.
Is anyone else feeling uneasy?
A little too uneasy.
I thought I saw a torch fire last night, but
I thought I saw smoke.
I saw something very different from those.
what did you see?
A star falling to the west of here.
Do you think it fell far?
Seemed to be maybe the same distance as that town, Lothering, you called it.
All right.
About that distance to the west.
Well, we can still head north, but I have an uneasy feeling, and with no wildlife around right now, and after us seeing a line of smoke and fire, we think coming from the south, I think we need to hurry.
From the south, you say? You don't suppose they've already reached Ostagar?
I would
Could
assume
be.
so.
We only travel just a few hours north. We're still pretty close to it. I imagine we probably could still see a line in the horizon from it, so it's a possibility.
It's too bad. Would we be able to gain ground on them, you think, if we went to the west instead of sticking to the road?
Well, if we went further west and hid into the hinterlands, at least if we're assuming it's a horde catches up, we'd at least have some cover, let them go by. But we don't know which direction they would be going in. They could be going towards Lothering. They could be going towards Redcliffe. They could just disperse after that and go in their own directions and be all over the place. But I feel like we need to keep going further north. And even if we can't hit Lothering, just keep going and hide ourselves until we can reach the king. But we need to find a town because we can only travel so long on foot, and I fear we may have to do a bit of traveling at night too to get a little bit of headway on our way.
Well, believe it or not, I'll trust that decision to the two of you. You know this land far better than I do.
Well,
What do you think on our travel speed so far, Magnus?
I think we need to move a little quicker than we are.
Get horses or something as soon as possible to stay a little bit ahead. But for now, we should, as much as we probably shouldn't, but the horde is probably worse than anything we can encounter in the hinterlands at the moment. So I say we use it for cover and stay off the main road for now. And we'll travel as much as we can at night. Take little breaks just to catch our breath and keep going. Just until we can find some horses.
We can rest when we hit Lothering.
Can Esthea do that, though?
Well, it's an established town, is it not? Surely they'll have something better than a cot or a prison cell.
Well, it was a private room, but I'm assuming so.
It was not a room. It was a
Well,
cage.
I mean, Lothering has been rebuilt for the past decade, so they could have gotten bigger, for all I know.
We just need to get
Or
there
they could
before
have
the
just
dark
listened.
spawn do.
Either way, they'll have something for us to ride on. And if that's what we have to deal with until we get to somewhere else, then I'll take it. But we need to move now.
Yes, I don't think we have time for breakfast. Though I would kill for some of that food that Jimmy made us.
Well,
It was oddly good.
He was good for one thing, at least.
Well, it's dried meats for now. Let's go. I'll start packing up the camp.
All right, so is the consensus that you are heading into the hinterlands? All right, now are you going a bit into the hinterlands and then making your way up towards Lothering, or how far are you expecting to go into it?
As far as we can to get a decent amount of somewhat dense cover.
So you're heading to like that tree line that you saw, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
And I assume it's probably going to be the same marching order as before.
Probably.
Since the elf has the special eyes.
I have special eyes.
At some point in the trek, Esthea is going to kind of pull Magnus back a bit to have a conversation with him.
Okay, so while that conversation is going on, I just noticed that while you guys are traveling, it should be a navigation roll, which is cunning.
Oh, okay.
So if you have navigation, then you can go ahead and roll that. If not, it's just a cunning roll.
Okay, I'm okay with this.
Okay. As Ogren disagrees.
Good job, Mom. Good job.
All right, so I'm gonna just move you guys off the path here as you're going to successfully be able to get into the hinterlands this day and into the tree line, begin to move through it. So as that's going on, Fox, you said Esthea pulls Magnus back for a conversation.
Yeah, she kind of taps on his shoulder and she's like, "Dwarf, hang back a little bit and speak with me." I think the lot of us perhaps got off on the wrong foot. I was a little agitated, waking up in a caravan, being ready for sail, I suppose. I was not in my calmest mindset, and perhaps that agitation extended to the lot of you. I'm not apologizing, but I just wanted to note that it was not my intention to be hostile towards you.
No offense taken.
We all have our bad days. I wish to reintroduce myself. I don't think a introduction when I'm tied to a chair and being put on trial was the best way to do that. So my name is Esthea Varus, and I am from the Tevinter Imperium. I am a mage. I know a lot of people in this land seem to take that as an offense, but there is none meant by it.
It's not the magic, it's the blood magic. But it's okay.
Yes, well, differing opinions.
As long as it's not used on us to any detrimental effect, I have no complaints.
I don't know what the future holds, but as of present, I have no intention on using my harmful magic on you.
Raise an eyebrow. There's other types.
Well, magic can do a lot of things. You've seen me heal myself with it. I can heal you with it as well.
Have I? Have I seen you heal?
You've seen me attempt it several times and succeed maybe once or twice.
I will point out that the time you did succeed to heal yourself, he was
No one
locked
was
in
paying
combat
attention.
with the shade. So nobody has seen
That's true.
nobody has seen Esthea successfully cast a healing spell.
Okay,
And the
well,
two other times you did, I was searching rooms or I was walking away from you after I hit you.
the heal spell is a myth.
This is why I ask.
You may not have seen it, but I assure you it's a thing. I don't just use my magic to destroy and control.
That's good to know.
Now, would you say we are not on the wrong foot any longer? Just want to clear that air between us.
As I said, there is no hard feelings. It has been a stressful few days.
May I ask, what is your name?
The name's Magnus Halek. I haven't seen home in years. I'm not from anywhere specifically.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Magnus. I'm afraid it will take a little more than a conversation to get on the right foot of the elf, but we'll get there one day, maybe.
Well, just don't. She seems short-tempered at the best of times.
She's very brash, isn't she?
It's an elf thing.
I've noticed. Well, shall we continue then?
Yes, and quickly. I'm still concerned that the fire was not just a trick of the night.
We are gaining ground quickly, it seems.
And as the conversation ends, you guys break into the tree line of the hinterlands in the small, dense forest area. As you're navigating yourself between the trees and everything, trying to provide as much cover from prying eyes as possible along the outside, Valenta suddenly stops as you hear a twig break, and then multiple low growls begin to come out from around you. As stepping out from a couple trees and bushes, you see 3 large Mabari begin to circle around you, baring their teeth. You can see like the combination of drool and ferocity in their eyes, that these dogs are hungry and they think they've just found their next meal. And that's where we will stop for today.
Okay, so my goal, get a Mabari companion.
Get a doggo?
Yes.
I don't blame you. I love Mabaris.
I know, I'm so sad you didn't get one in 3, unless
You
you
use the mod.
romance Cullen.
Yeah, if you romance Cullen, you get a Mabari.
You get a Mabari. At the very freaking end.
Yep. When it's not even of use anymore.
Nope. Nope.
Get him a Bari. Roll credits.
Yep, that's pretty much what it is.
Oh my god, there's 3 of us and there's 3 Mabari. Guys, are Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
That they're going to be well fed.
Or you're going to be well fed, because I think Orz is just going to kill him and eat him.
No.
But
I don't wanna.
thank you very much, everyone, for who tuned in tonight. Thank you for everyone for the raids, all the follows. You guys are absolutely amazing. We couldn't do this without you. If this is your first time here and you haven't yet, hit that follow button. This is not the only show that we do. We currently do 3 shows a week. That is an amazing dog.
Dirt bird. It's a dirt bird.
It completely destroyed my focus because I see the dog.
Sorry.
But on Tuesdays we have Gibbering Mouthers, which is a 5th edition homebrew D&D campaign that I run, that also has HB Fox and Zorro in, so I get to torture them twice a week. And then Wednesdays you have us here on Blood Under Gray, which is our brand new Dragon Age campaign. And then on Sundays you have Waist High and Waterdeep, which is our Dragon Heist campaign, which Fox and I are a part of, and my character just died in the last episode. So next time we're live with that one, I will be introducing my new character. And there's another show in the works and it's being spun up, but no information as to when that will be just yet. But stick with us, guys. We are going to go on a raid ourselves here, but before we do, HB Fox, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I'm HB Fox, and as Rojan just kind of outlined there, I'm on this channel 3 times a week in 3 amazing games. Aside from that, I also work very closely with the Hunter Wild on basically everything we do in and out of that channel. I'm also a part of Streamer Square, which, if you don't know what Streamer Square is, I highly encourage you to go look us up on Twitter or just at streamersquare.com.
Ravenslark, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I am Ravenslark. I am VarietyCast here on Twitch. I'm currently on a break due to family stuff. If you want more info on that, I have posted my Discord, or you can ask me personally. But outside of that, when I get back to streaming, once the chaos subsides, we will be finishing an XCOM 2 heavily modded playthrough, and then I really don't know. It depends when that is, but there's some exciting stuff coming up later this year that I want to play and stream the moment it is available. So we're going to be doing that.
Zorro, why doesn't this thing work for you?
Womp womp.
I need to find what the command is.
Capital
it's
Z,
just
capital M.
Follow me. Womp womp.
Zorro, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I am Zorro for Me 3. I am a variety caster / creative streamer on Twitch. I am slowly getting back into doing creative streams right now, since I only have my dinky little laptop with me, because I'm moving, don't have my PC with me. Hopefully that'll be fixed within the next month, maybe 2 max. But when I do stream, it's a bunch of story heavy games, a lot of RPGs, Dead by Daylight, and a lot of commissions getting done, whether it's Twitch emotes, badges, or characters. Otherwise, I'm here twice a week with these awesome people being tortured by the wonderful Rojan and his brilliantly diabolical mind on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, I don't know why you signed up for a second game.
I like the abuse.
Apparently.
Plus, we bribed her with Dragon Age.
This is true. We did bribe her with Dragon Age.
It's not that hard.
And I am Rojan Quest. As we outlined earlier, you can catch me here 3 nights a week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Sundays. As well, I have my own channel where I stream every Monday, Thursday, Friday, all the time, playing for Extra Life and raising money for the Lawrence Small Children's Center as we play a variety of multiplayer and survival games, trying to get a Age of Conan RP server up and running, so hopefully soon on that one. But like I said, we are gonna go on a raid here, and we are gonna go raid the Hunter Wild, who is playing that new Dark Souls style game, Shadows Die Twice. Like Imp, I can't pronounce the first name. I think it's Sekiro.
Yeah, Sekiro.
Sekiro.
However, your pronunciation happens.
It's
Sekiro.
Tenchu Souls. Let's be clear about this.
Yeah, that's when I saw it. I thought it was just Tenchu.
And if it's any indication as to how good that game is, I think this is his like 5th day in a row of playing it for 12 hours minimum. He was
Jesus.
supposed to have yesterday and today off, but he opted to stream for 12 hours playing that game instead.
Oh, jeez.
So let's go show the obviously insane the Hunter Wild some love. Spam in don't really spam, but drop a raid call in his chat of behold a raid, and we will possibly see you guys on Saturday. Well, not Saturday, but Sunday. But if not, we will see you guys on Tuesday. Till then, guys, have a good one.